Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, can't stop. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm on. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. OMG, I don't get pressed. Look at me. I've been on set since 17. I've been on set, unsettling. I'm going numb, amphetamine. I don't do drugs, I'm not a fiend. Push it to the edge, no boundary. About 2 or 3 in these leather jeans. Look at me, flex. Tatted my flesh. Never end, dead. Now I'm up, next. Here for those checks. Plenty flows, wet. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm next. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm on. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Tonight I come alive. You been a dud, you been a vibe. You been in hiding, you been inside. I'm like a farmer, I'm outside. Don't change locations, I'm on the grind. I do my dance, hammer time. 1, 2, 2 step. 1, 2, 2 checks. Long nights, I was cold. I'm the one before the bag. Money come and see the flow. What I show is what I own. Freeze, photo, please, no photos. Different record, but it's relevant. Show the L's like I show the wins. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Swipe, 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 swipe. Swipe, 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 swipe. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Swerving, making plays, good Ferrari red. Never out my zone, touchdown in my hands. Only fam around me, I can't have no friends. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. Ever since I was a teen, had prices on my head. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, ballpoint on the beat, ballpoint make them dance. Yeah, we came up from nothing, now we're making plans. Yeah, just picked up some bands, Tell her ask it questions when I come again. On the run like a runaway. Only way is the money way. New chain, no jewelry. No games, don't fool me. 21, been a boss. Play the game, pay the cost. Heard your rolling TikTok. Need to get another watch. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says.
So clear out the room, I'm coming through. They wanna see what I'm about. Yeah, I got skills, do it for the thrill. I'm on a paper route. Extra, read about it. I'm today's trending topic. I put commas over bullshit. Yeah, I put that on mamas. They tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost for stepping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm repping. Put on for the whole city. Yeah, I got them rocking with me. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm repping.
Sending emojis, I'm blowing a pack of that OG. Don't be acting like you know me. And if you did, that's the old me. Wintertime, rock a cold fleece. Pocket fat, that's obese. Only talking money if it's increased. She give me brain, girl, no teeth. I touch down, bust down. She busted open for a real nigga. Stay tommied up, trying to build it up, trying to count it up, hill figures. Don't be chillin' with no lil niggas. And if I do, I be real with them. Chase a dream, that's the meal ticket. ISO gang, yeah, they still with us. I put it in motion, they got me steady. Thoughts on my mind, it's weighing heavy. Watch how I shine, tell them I'm ready. I'm hitting my stride, let's get to the Fetty. I was just sitting back watching them fold. Racks on me now, yeah, it's looking swole. I hold it down and I got my own. Keeping it grown, we back to the bone. Yeah, flying flashy, ayy, ayy. We too fancy, ayy, ayy. Can't walk past me, ayy. Ayy, right up your alley, wait, I gotta play it safe, watch me isolate, watch me isolate, ayy, watch me isolate, whoa. Clear out the room, I'm coming through, they wanna see what I'm about. Yeah, I got skills, do it for the thrill, I'm on a paper route. Extra, read about it, I'm today's trending topic. I put commas over bullshit, yeah, I put that on mamas. They tryna block all my blessings, they thought I lost for stepping. I bet on me and my team, ISO is what I'm repping. Put on for the whole city, yeah, I got them rocking with me. I bet on me and my team, ISO is what I'm repping.
I'm racing the clock, look at them block, watching them flop. Used to see this in my sleep, when I ain't had put my thoughts in the car, I really was lost. Now I'm public with the soundscapes, floss, I'm really pulling strings for the pound cake. I see you went for a puppet in the clown face for a little wage. The talk of the town is late, still me, I never switch sides, came a long way with the gas tank running on fumes, wonder why you full on the envy. When it's all love, when I fall through with the young bulls, getting niggas a kidney, but you ain't mob, you a op. Must be lost in the sauce. Been here for the art and the jump start. Wanted this a small, pack the lunchbox with the Kool-Aid jammers. And I'm still throwing tantrum. I'm set to roam around the planet where they know the songs and they chant them. The vision turned into fruition. I'm really liking how it's panning. They call me collector, you thought I planned it. Been crazy, then it fell into place. Now everything's stable. I'm all in on the table. You selling that fable, we know that it's made up. We know what you made of. I do better offline, yeah. I've been calling to a guy. I'm in tune with the signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do fine. Yeah. Moon landed with the elevation. Armstrong with the levitation. My third eye needed calibration. That was heat rock when I notated. I've been going crazy. Stone face when I kill beat, leaving no trace on location. Premeditated. Ayy, can't even be still for like more than a minute. The way that they play out, I don't wanna miss out on no part of this shit. Feel like I'm deep in the plot of a flick, and I'm the star of this shit. And I've been playing my part since back when we started this. Feeling charged, got a little coin on me, and I sauce with the nits. I'm a boss, I'm a prick. With the cold showed up in the road doja in the fourth quarter, no assist. And the form's hella crisp. I'm the calm in a storm. I took my own struggle when I flipped it. And the hustle been legitimate. It's so many blessings, I might be allergic. How I move, they treating the sound like I'm stirring. I'm working the pot till it's firm. I serve like Serena, do it the cleanest. You not on my wave, you can't handle the current. Nah, that's just a teaser, yeah. I'ma be me. Take it or leave it. I do better offline, yeah. I've been calling to a guy. I'm in tune with the signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do fine.
to LA with it. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tenant. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash, and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we ride. Going pro, no lead. Make it easy like 1, 2, 3. Go, on 3, 2, 1. I fly till you can't see me. Swish, yeah. Ballin'. From the first whistle, we go all in. And one. Call it. Numbers up and never falling. Feel like I hit the lottery, I'm proud of me, yeah. No a babe proud of me, so I throw pride away. She know I stuck to the plan and I stayed out the way. Now we're spending no money, never touching the bank. Just from me the game and I'ma get it done. Don't do it for fame, do it for the ones. Ace with cigar, my damage, my lungs. Wifey want to drive, she get what she want. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tenant. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash, and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we ride. Going pro, no lead. Make it easy like 1, 2, 3. Go, on 3, 2, 1. I fly till you can't see me. Swish, yeah. Ballin'. From the first whistle, we go all in. And one. Call it. Numbers up and never falling. My baby called me and said she need to stay. Speak for well, 25 the other type of kid. Stop playing with me, you know that you here to stay. Stop playing with me, I'll be back home in 8. Know I'm on the go, but I'm not over you. Made you far from home, but I'm so close to you. Gotta get that back like I'm supposed to do. Had to rush, hurry up, cause I'm overdue. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tenant. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash, and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we ride. I ran up a check, I might do it again. Enemies close, have me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck. Country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm backed up. Keep it real, I do this once a month. I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying car till you tatted up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Alright, let me get this line. Wave. My life been looking gorgeous. Take one day at a time, I pray I never have to force it. Got bad women for me, tell they man he need to forfeit. I'm standing with the torch gripped in my hand, I'm hella calm, the other palm hold my fortune. I live ready to die, my mama hate me sounding morbid. Growing up, my daddy got caught up in chasing fortune. He'd probably be more proud if I was doctor or a lawyer, but I'm paid to be aligned with only living in the moment. And I can't hide my target, want me locked behind these bars or in a spot that I can conquer. But fuck it, cause we living, my nigga. And I'm addicted to feeling like I'm invincible. Take the bag, then I triple it. The flow been on the pinnacle, vivid dreams of a miracle. Where I made it out of bind. Lately I'm so out of mind, it's hard to wanna go outside cause they been killing off my kind. But I gotta hold my head and keep it loyal to the players. Don't let them rob you of protection of yourself. Niggas lying for a check, I call it bribing for the flex. To the label, drop your ass, the bank collect on your advance. Tread more lightly cause the man don't give a fuck about your plan. To see the world, to feed your fam, the block is hot, it's hard to stand. I'm from the cold, when he talks, but on the low, they got the stove. Somehow the baby still ain't eating, though they crab stuck in a bucket, trying to make it out the street shit. How we make it where we at, but trace the bloodline back to Eden. I'm a menace, a remnant of the pandemic, got the mask off, I'm flat jaw, taking no L's, I'm at the coattails to the cash cars. Yeah, wait. Taking no L's. I'm on their coattails with a cash card. They really not who they claiming. They talking foul with the cap lock. My heart is cold, keep it padlocked. My mind is coated in Kevlar. They sent the shop, but can't stick me. I dropped the ball in my lesson. I dropped the class with the schedule. I can't afford to be bored, but a couple of bros me through the school with degrees. Can't let an interview, they pay more than the minimum wage. They pull up suited, but they talking about them dreads on their head. And it be their resume, they can't say their name. That shit is shame. My sister don't got it easier. They claim she need to relax. Got a couple kids, a single mom, they laid her up back in March. She lost the crib, they sent the SWAT to throw her back to the street. That it freeze and rent the stimulus, won't even see her address. I'm thinking cash rules everything, they got us by the culture. Spend a couple of racks to keep the art scene posting. When we ask for what we owe, they wanna talk like they ain't got it. Sign an X-Man at a lower rate to help them bag a fortune. So we torch it, we burn it all down till y'all get it. Bitch, I'm native to this sand, don't give a fuck about no pilgrim. When the police at my neck, my brother hanging by a branch, and I can't even pay his bond because we stressed the dollar thin. Tell me how we supposed to win, huh? They selling dope to keep his clothes to pay the rent, huh? A lot to hold, but I ain't fold, I'm still on 10, huh? Toes planted in the soil, getting hard to keep it cordial, but that's just the way it goes.
As fast as you can. As fast as you can. I could really get away. No, make me feel away. I just wanna get away from it all.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the stream. We are here with the Amazon University Esports Masters League of Legends Last Chance Qualifier. We've already got 6 teams qualified for those playoffs, and today we'll be finding out the final 2 teams to join them. Taking you through the action today is myself, Middlecott, and I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Black Bloxer.
Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Super exciting to be back into the Amazon University Esports Masters. It's always such a good time. Top level competition from loads of universities. What more could you want for your Saturday morning?
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, maybe some of you guys tuning in today are not necessarily completely familiar with what Amazon University Esports Masters is. So, Bloxer, obviously you're someone who's cast this tournament a couple of years on the bounce now. Maybe you can give us a little bit more insight into what this competition is all about.
So it's all about the highest level of competition that University Esports gives you. So you compete in your regional tournament. Over here in the UK, we have the NSE, we have Newell, and the winners of those compete against each other to get representatives who get to come here and compete on this top level stage. All across Europe, there's a ton of different teams. It's over 10, I think it's like 13, 14 different countries we've got competing right here in a load of different games. Obviously, we're here for League of Legends, but there's the TFT, there's all sorts of different ones that you can get involved in. And then you get to compete against other European teams and crown one true champion, which, I mean, when it comes to University Esports, that is the highest level of honor that you can get.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen from years past that the competition can get very, very intense, especially when we get towards those playoffs and those final few stages. And if you want to stay up to date with all of the action that is going on, be sure to follow the socials there. You see just below our faces there, we've got UE Masters on Instagram and Twitter and University Esports Masters on Facebook. And hey, if you want to chuck me and Max a follow on our Twitters as well, be my guest. But let's see if we can have a little bit of a look at how the whole competition has been looking out throughout this year. So I wonder if we can just bring up the calendar and we can see how all of these competitions have sort of really been playing out throughout the year. Obviously, here we are, the last chance qualifier, the LCQ for League of Legends here May 13th, but you can see their blocks, so the playoffs, the grand finals are creeping ever closer.
They really are. For these big team day games, we don't know when the grand finals are quite yet because they're at a location we yet do not know. Last year over in sunny Alicante, it was a brilliant time getting to meet these players live, see what they're really about as people, and then get to watch them play incredible League of Legends. So we'll see where we're hosting these finals in the future, but all of these teams, they really want to get there.
Yeah, and of course we've got so many other events going on as well. I see the Rocket League playoffs coming up just tomorrow, so we've got even more action coming for you guys, even if you're not necessarily League of Legends fan. But we are going to be focusing on the League of Legends today, and let's see how we are going to be deciding those final two teams that are making their way to the playoffs. I wonder if we could just bring up the format and see how everything is going to be stacking up today.
Yeah, we've got a ton of different teams to be showing off right here, and a load of different competitions. It's a real marathon for us today. We've got ourselves 5 best of ones and a best of 3. So during the upper bracket stage, it's just going to be best of ones, see if these teams can do their best to get through unscathed, but if you lose that first game, you're still fine. You've got another chance down in the last chance qualifier and a best of 3 to determine that final team that we're going to be seeing in that playoffs.
Yeah, and I believe the team behind the scenes has put together a little bit of a video to just explain that nice and graphically. So we'll run that. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are 2 types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games, like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games, like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
Okay, there. So we got to see how everything breaks down their blocks. So teams got a fair few chances to make it to these playoffs, but obviously the last chance qualifier, it's called that for a reason. Once you fall out of that upper bracket into the lower bracket, you've not got any more options.
Nope.
You need to keep winning if you want to make it to the playoffs.
You really do. And some of these teams, we've seen them before in that group stage that we already had. They didn't make it through, haven't made it into the playoffs already. This really is their last chance. Some of these teams, though, clearly didn't do quite as well during the winter stages of their individual tournaments, but have come back in this spring a lot stronger, now qualified into this last chance, and really looking to make an impact. If you lose that first game or one of these top level games, all of a sudden you're down at that bottom stage, and it's so intense. It's so terrifying to be there because your hopes of moving on, getting into that prize pool, all of that stuff, it looks quite risky.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up because it's nice to talk about competition, but of course there is some cold, hard cash on the line for all of these teams. A grand prize pool, I believe, totaling over exactly 7,000 euros. We can see how that's going to be split up if we bring that up on the screen. First place team going to be taking 4,000 euros. Second place taking 2,000. Third place taking 1,000. Blocks, that's a lot of textbooks.
Yeah, exactly.
Textbooks.
Everything that college students are going to be spending their money on. Obviously, this is a university competition. This is not these players' jobs. They have studies to do constantly, and everybody knows that being a university, it's not a time when you have a lot of money just rolling around. So, 4 grand potentially on the line for winning this competition is ridiculously good. The ability to win that much from playing your favorite game, super awesome to have that much money on the line here, but if these teams can manage to get that far, super high prize pool towards the end of the competition. Right now, though, no money on the line. You've got to make it through this and then make it through the playoffs if you want a chance.
It's sort of like the internship, I guess, that you've got to work through, and then there is money at the end of it. We absolutely promise. I believe we're going to be able to take a little bit of a look at the teams participating today in just a moment. As you see there, we've already had a few games played off stream in round 1, but we're going to be kicking it off with round 2 with LUL versus PK.
We've got the Netherlands versus Poland right here. Both of these countries have top dogs in their respective regions who are competing, who have already made it through into the playoffs. And so these are the second best teams from their respective countries. In the Netherlands, obviously, you've got Esports Team 20. They managed to win the tournament last year, incredibly strong. In Poland, you've got PG Lions, super, super strong team as well. And so both of these teams, they're not the best in their country, but currently they're looking to win their way through this, and because these teams have played against what will be some of the top level competition, sharpened iron versus iron, are gonna be incredibly strong.
Yeah, and I believe we are just going to have a little bit of a confirmation of that prize pool on the screen, just so make sure that we're not talking absolute nonsense. There you are, you see 7,000 euro, 4,000 going to first place, 2,000 in second, and third place picking up a grand. And Blocks, there was some tri-tags on that upper bracket graphic that maybe a few people that have been watching Amazon University Esports Masters for a long time will be familiar with, because we've got some big teams coming through in this last chance qualifier that could make it all the way to the playoffs.
We really do. The first one that should have jumped off the screen to you is Kit SC White. Just the best, most incredible team that we've seen as a dynasty when it comes to university esports. They won UEM twice in a row. Only managed to get knocked out in the quarterfinals last year versus AGH, so a very strong team. And Kit SC White, representatives from Germany, you gotta watch them. They have most of the same roster, 3 of 5 who won once, 2 of 5 who have won twice, and so these guys, they know what it's like to compete at this level.
Yeah, but obviously disappointment last year, so maybe that's going to have ignited a little bit of a fire within them. And out of the top 4 teams from last year, Twente, AGH, and AIX have already qualified through, but the third place team, Yenel Mizlar, are going to be making a showing in this last chance qualifier, and they're going to be heavily incentivized to make it all the way.
Oh yeah, that team sort of rolled up and destroyed people. They came through the last chance qualifier last year as well, so we know this team does well here. Let's see if they can keep that streak up.
Yeah, as I believe we are going to be jumping into Champion Select for our first game of the day. We've got LUL here on the blue side, PK on the red. Already seeing a few bans, mostly targeted towards the support role.
Yeah, you can expect to see a lot of Thresh bans, a lot of Pyke bans. That's kind of what we are usually seeing down in the support role. Fiora, massive pick at the moment. All of the top laners are playing it, practicing a ton. And if a Fiora gets rolling, can really change the way that a game goes. Makes a lot of sense to just get rid of that one.
Yeah, and then obviously when we are in these sort of university competitions, a lot of the time, the way that your team wants to play is going to be determined by the players on it. You can't necessarily conform completely to the meta, but if you've got someone who is incredible on those split pushes like the Fiora, that's going to draw a lot of pressure. Talking about the meta though, the Zyra has been an AD carry that has just really risen in priority. You don't need to be a one-trick to make her an effective champion.
No, you really don't. The thing is, Rakan with the Zyra is one of those premier picks. We'll see if it's just going to be let through by Poland, or if they're going to try their best to pick this one up. Can work with the Jinx, not exactly what you want with the Jinx though usually, something a little bit more Enchanter. A Lulu is obviously one of those premier picks alongside a Jinx, but there's a lot of different options in the meta at the moment. Milio is enabled on this patch.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that, Bloxer. I really don't know how I feel about it. But it can be one of these really disgusting enchanters paired up with that Jinx, augmenting her range, making it so those rockets are coming from even further away. But something like a Lilia in the jungle would be something that we don't really see too much. We have seen a few AP junglers sort of come in and out of the meta at various points. But really, for a couple of years now, Lilia hasn't been this top tier pick.
No, it really hasn't been, and so the fact that it's coming through right in the early stages of this draft is really interesting. She clears incredibly quickly. That's kind of what you want to do with Lilia. Just sit in the jungle, clear as fast as you possibly can, and make your way through the jungle, and then once you get to that level 6 point, then you're a bit more useful to the team. In complete contrast to that, Vi, gank early and constantly. Obviously, once you get that level 6, the ganks become almost guaranteed. You're at least going to blow a flash off of your opponent, but during the early stages of the game still can be ganking constantly, and so really interesting to see this dichotomy. We're also going to see that Zyra Khan, like we highlighted earlier. It's such a good bot lane. It gives you so much power, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, and I'm already seeing like absolutely heaps and heaps of engage potential coming out from LUL, and that means that this Jinx is going to be incredibly threatened on the backline, and PK are going to need to draw some sort of tank, some sort of disengage to prevent that dive coming in. I think the Renata fits absolutely perfectly into that idea.
I mean, what the timing on that, wanting to get disengaged, and Renata is kind of a premier disengage champion. When you use that ultimate and all of a sudden your opponents are just fighting with each other, what more could you possibly want? If you want to leap in, all of a sudden that's incredibly risky to do. Versus a Swell Seed perhaps as well out of the Lilia that can just stop everybody in their tracks. All of a sudden it's a little bit risky, I'd say, out of the Netherlands to go for any of these big dives, but that's exactly what their composition wants to do.
Yeah, and now you're in this place coming into the second ban phase for the side of LUL, where you're going, hold on, we can see this disengage on the other side. Do we try and pivot our draft and play around it? Or do we just try and draft even more tools so that you can't deal with everything that we're going to be throwing at your backline?
Yeah, it is certainly a possibility. From the way that the bans are going in the top lane right now, it looks like we're expecting quite a spicy top lane. Aurelia being taken off the board, Cassante, Ahri as well, so we're also going to look at these mid laners. And it's interesting because both of these teams have picked themselves up their AD carry, support, and jungle, and so the mid and top lane are left wide open. Gonna have to take quite a lot off of the board. Really fascinated to see if we're going to get some spicy picks up in the top lane, you know, more of the Jace type, Kennen, that sort of thing, or if we're just going to see standard big tanks in the top lane.
Not Kennen, please. I've seen enough Kennen.
Go.
Okay, there we go. Do you know what? TY, LUL. You've really made my day with that one. But now we're in a position where PK are going to have to decide, do we want to save our counter pick for the mid lane or for the top lane? Save it for the top lane, you're probably more likely to get a matchup that you can really leverage in that 1v1. But if you save it for the mid lane, you can get a good matchup, and that allows you to apply a lot more pressure around the map. Something like the Anivia could just go neutral in a lot of laning phases, and that means that Iris might not be able to apply as much pressure as they otherwise would do.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to just pick something that can also just absorb pressure in the mid lane too, I could see that happening. The Veigar has been popping up in priority a little bit more recently. That's the sort of thing you can also just sit back with. Syndra is one of those great control mages. You'll deal a lot of damage, but you don't need too many resources during the early stages of the game. And so what is the bind pick that Mayak has? Does he want to go with something that can just absorb the pressure? Ornn is always a good pick, whatever the meta states. Malphite has also been popping up and can be great at just being blinded, but if you want to get a little bit more hyphy, that is definitely a possibility. Still has a couple of the interesting picks. There we go, it's the Jace.
Okay, we're blinding the Jace. You don't tend to see that too often, but he is going to be able to provide you with a lot of actual long-range threat onto something like the Jinx. I think the Syndra is going to be providing a lot of that as well. So LUL deciding, actually, we're not going to be diving on top of you. We're going to be playing a little bit further back, and we can deal damage from range.
And perhaps we should have noticed this with the Kennen ban. It's one of the great picks into the Jace, so taking that off of the board makes a lot of sense. And hey, if you're going for anti-dive, why not round it out with a Poppy? This is a true split map situation where you've got pure dive from at least a couple of the champions over on the Netherlands side, whereas Poland have said that's absolutely fine. If you want to dive in onto us, you're going to get stunned up, stopped from diving, and all of that happening in the middle of an Anivia Ice Storm. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's going to go great.
It very much feels like LUL have drafted themselves a shotgun composition. If they can get that initial engage very, very quickly, pair that up with a load of bursts, then it's going to work great for them. But if the bailout can come through onto an Anivia, onto a Jinx, keep them alive, and PK are able to take these fights a little bit longer, the consistent DPS that the Jinx, the Anivia, that Lilia can provide do very, very nicely against the burst that LUL have drafted for themselves.
Absolutely. You can really see the sort of chess match that we have going on right here between Netherlands and Poland. Just really fascinating the way that these two teams have drafted themselves. So, which matchups are we going to be watching? For me personally, although we've got quite an explosive matchup potentially in the mid and top lanes, it's the bot lane where I'm going to be focusing, because if this bot lane doesn't get rolling for the Netherlands, I am deeply worried.
Yeah, because the Jinx can outscale, the Anivia could outscale and deal a disgusting amount of damage. And whilst LUL have got sort of a 3-carry composition, they lack a true tank on their side. And when you get into the late game stages, you kind of need someone that can just stand in the way of the enemy team, soak cooldown, soak CC, and provide them a lot of space. And that is exactly what this Poppy is going to be doing in the top lane for PK.
Exactly. It's a much more standard, I'd say, composition out of Poland, despite the fact that it's less standard picks. These are not champions that we see as often. You don't particularly see Anivias in pro play at all, really. But it is definitely a composition where it's like, okay, we can understand what they're trying to do. Whereas the Netherlands, I mean, we know that they like to play incredibly aggressive as a region. The whole of the Netherlands, every team I've witnessed out of that place has been just insane in the way that they play. But will it work into this competition? I guess only time will tell.
Time shall tell indeed, as we are jumping onto the rift for our first game of the day of a potential 8 Bloxer. There is a lot of League of Legends for all of you watching here today, but neither of these teams wants to get us started with a bang, just going for a fairly standard 5-point start, preventing any major ingresses into their own base.
Yeah, it's the second game of the day for all of these teams, so they are a little bit warmed up, but you do not want to be throwing it all away right now.
Absolutely not. Scientist is going to be spotted out on that ward and just trade a little bit of vision. Obviously, working out where these junglers is going to be starting is very, very important to ensure safety in your lanes.
Yeah, definitely. Just wanting to have a little bit of vision and know what's happening, because getting caught out right now, especially I'd say as the Netherlands, if you get caught out and you fall down in this early game, there is no coming back. This is not a composition you've drafted for yourself where you get to fall behind early. See another ward just being chucked down onto the chickens, and so once the Vi has completed this red buff, should go towards the Krugs, should be a full clear. That's what Vi's tend to like to do, but will be spotted out, and that's extra information into the back pockets of Poland.
And it is intriguing that LUL opted to solo start their jungler on that red buff, just so Mr. HB and Drelzy could get into that bottom lane nice and early. Obviously, when you are going up against the double range of a Jinx and a Renata, you can get a little bit bullied around if you're not able to get pressure on the wave early. But you see there, with that initial movement down there, they've been able to get the shove and have already pushed PK back a little bit.
Yeah, just going to be pinning these two under turret, as should be the case. We should be seeing a incredibly strong advantage for the Netherlands during the early stages of this game, up until the mid-game around 15-20 minutes, at which point this Jinx should be beginning to scale enough to overtake in the matchup. The interesting thing as well with that solo start for Centrist is that you're against a Lilia. Lilia clears so incredibly quickly, and she got a leash, so you are massively far behind when it comes to just moving through your jungle. Lilia is just going to be getting through these camps immediately, straight onto a Scuttle Crab. However, because Lilias aren't great at ganking pre-level 6, it shouldn't turn into a death in a lane.
Ooh, trading in the top lane has resulted in a couple of pretty low HP bars. Obviously, with Scientist moving towards the top side, there is the potential for a little bit of action here, but Mayak getting the lane in, not necessarily the best spots to go for a gank unless you want to try and dive onto this Poppy.
I mean, that would be quite a risky proposition. However, very low health bar on Janny. It is a potential, and you've also seen that the jungler is bot side. Big wave stacked up.
Oh, just hit level 3. The Vault Breaker is going to be charged up. The teleport coming through to dissuade the dive. That is a good response from PK, but it does mean that this Anivia is going to have to take a long walk back to that mid lane, and Iris is going to have a bit of free time.
Didn't even teleport back from base, teleported directly from the lane, which means that this has put Hellphrase so far behind, looking to make it up.
Yeah, Bloxer, when was the last time that you saw an Anivia ganking a Jace at 3 and a bit minutes? It's not gone too well as Scientist is also making their way over full HP on the Vi, but not quite in range to make anything happen. We did see Tamer walk into the mid lane to pick up a little bit of that CS, so it's not all completely lost, but sharing XP on your solo laners this early is not a great look for PK.
Yeah, you asked when the last time I'd seen that was. The answer is never, and for a really good reason, because it didn't go very well. Not managing to land that stun means that Mayak is able to just walk away perfectly happy, and the fact that you're having to cover that as Tamer down in the mid lane means that you're not able to keep speed clearing your jungle, which is exactly what the Lilia wants to be doing. Overall, really good play out of the Netherlands. Sure, it didn't result in a kill, but you have blown so much off of your opposition.
Yeah, and now, if we are looking at both of these compositions a bit more holistically, Bloxer, are we expecting the Netherlands to be the team that want to be going for these early plays a little bit more?
Absolutely, you have got to find a way to get into this game, get yourself ahead, because like you said, you're getting outscaled in pretty much every lane. The only place where maybe you're not fully getting outscaled is the top lane, but I'd still take a tanky Poppy in this composition over the Jace, just for the utility it gives you around objective fights. It's so difficult to walk into an objective when you don't have a true tank, because nobody can face check a bush. If you don't have perfect vision, and perfect vision is very difficult to get at this level, then you're just going to be out-rotated. And if you're not there early and you try to walk in a little bit later on, somebody's gonna die without a true tank.
Yeah, and something that we did allude to was the way that this Lilia can sort of power farm through, and despite a little bit of inefficiency in the way that PK have been playing in the early stages, we are seeing that CS differential in these two junglers start to expand a little bit.
And it should only increase more and more. The Vi should be more useful when it comes to ganking, however the Lilia gonna just be power farming constantly. See Centrist going straight in onto this Drake, however Tamer is around towards this bottom side. This ward also gonna spot the bot lane rotating up, and so everybody will know that this is happening. Interesting to see which of the mid laners will be able to rotate first. It looks like PK has got a little bit more of a shove.
Yeah, and LUL should be able to take away this first Drake without too much contest. Tamer just throwing in a swirl seed to see what's going on, but Lilia not really in a position to 1v3 around that Drake. And I think Iris there with just a little bit more control in the mid wave than their opponents. So, hey, first objective of the game, going over to the team from Netherlands.
It was an impressive set of lane movements right there, actually, to be able to set that one up. Sure, Tamer was down towards the bottom side of the map, but with a shove in the bot lane and a neutral mid lane, you're able to just rotate a lot quicker. And there was nothing that Troju and Serek could do down in the spot side. They had to pick up that wave. If they would have rotated over, it would have resulted in them losing just so much CS for potentially a Drake, not even guaranteed, so... more ganking.
More Anivia robes. Okay.
Great
I like
warding.
Well, I mean, she's got wings. She can like fly around the map like relatively easily. But every time that my Polish pronunciation is not good enough. I'm very, very sorry, mate. Every time that this Anivia gets out of that mid lane, you are leaving this Syndra sort of to our own devices. And if you're not being contested on the farm, then you can pick it up pretty easily.
Hey, exactly. I can understand why you'd want to continue roaming up. This top lane matchup is one that's a little bit tricky for the Poppy to do. Just needs to be sitting in neutral, is doing so currently very well. Good job out of Janny, but trying to just find somewhere across the map to get yourself a kill, because right now we're 7.5 minutes into the game and nothing's really happened, which is kind of perfect if you are Poland, I'd say. Despite the fact that the Netherlands have tried a couple of aggressive plays, all they've got for it is themselves a Drake and a little bit of a gold lead just through CSing.
I want to see what Mr. HB and Drelzy do off this reset, because we are just about to have the Rift Herald spawn 8 minutes into the game, and that could be a place where LUL do want to go for one of these plays and find some of that early pressure. And you can see there on your mini that the Rakan moving towards the mid lane, cheating towards the top side of the Rift, but Tamer is already here.
Oh, Malyuk is playing in a 1v everybody at this point.
Oh, Swell Seed. It's going to land. They're going to flash away. Double flash committed there. Tamer there picking up first blood on the Lilia, and on that timing, losing your top laner means that there's so much less pressure that LUL can try and apply.
Really is. Luckily, it's going to be a couple of resets having to come through out of PK. Otherwise, this Herald fight would have been a lot more risky. But great gank up in the top lane, exactly what you want to see. And like we said, Tamer doesn't have a lot of priority pre-level 6 to get ganks off with no real CC. However, once you have got that lilting lullaby, you can put somebody to sleep nice and easily. And the burst damage that came out of this Poppy Lilia combo was pretty insane.
Mr. HB here. A little bit lonesome in the bottom lane without their support, and this does give Troju the opportunity to take away one of these plays. Obviously, picking those up on the Jinx is gonna feel great for you. The fact that she's even in this lane is decent because, as we've been saying, she is going to outscale, and as it stands, LUL, they haven't put themselves in a position where they're really snowballing.
No, they haven't. I mean, getting a Rift Herald is nice, but you lost your top laner for the play, and now you have got to really turn this Rift Herald into a lot of plate gold, a lot of pressure. Not sure where exactly we're going to see it be placed down. I'd wager the bot lane, just because we need to get them ahead at some point. However, we are still in the early stages of the game. We haven't seen a true skirmish, really, even, and especially not an actual 5v5 team fight at this point. So, once we get to that point, I think that's where Poland's going to shine.
Well, Sentra's coming over the wall, layering the CC down onto that, and Evia is still going to be able to go into the passive, but the egg looks like it is going to be scrambled. Tamer running away for the hills, and LUL pick up the first kill of the game.
Interesting that that kill was given over to Centrist. I was wondering if Iris might be given it because you want to get your Syndra scaling as early as possible, but instead, gonna try to get this Vi into the game, and now that you have a kill on the Vi, hopefully can turn that into a lot more ganks, because you really need to start getting something happening. Centrist, if they can find themselves a couple more kills, all of a sudden this game looks a lot nicer as, oh, hang on.
Yeah, Yanni actually getting the better end of the top lane trade with those plated steel caps on the Sheen. Very efficient in terms of itemization against what Mayak has got at the moment.
It really is just going straight in on trying to be as tanky as possible, clearly working out if the Jace can't deal any damage to you, then you're not particularly worried about the fact that Poppy doesn't have the highest DPS of any champion in the game. Lilia back towards this top side of the map. Tamer doesn't really have any camps around, expecting just a recall right here. So much pressure in the top lane. Look at that, 2 full plates into Yanni's back pocket as well. Next strike is spawning right now though, and Centrist is straight onto it.
Yeah, and once again, it doesn't look like PK are too concerned with contesting, and that is something that you can do with these early Drakes. Whilst the Chemtech, whilst the Hextech are going to be providing you with a little bit of power, the main draw of these Dragons is that soul once you've stacked up 4. So I imagine, whilst the Polish team are going to let the second one go, the third and the fourth, a bit less likely.
Certainly, but giving over those first 2 does mean that the tempo is in the back pocket of the Netherlands. They can control when you go for these big team fights around the Drakes, because they don't mind now giving over 1 or 2. It's absolutely fine, whereas, like you said, as Poland, you cannot afford to be giving over the next 2, or you're just going to be down a soul, which can be pretty devastating in these games.
And hey, if you are the team that has all of this engaged and you can sort of determine when the team fights are going to happen, that plays wonderfully into your entire idea. The Anivia doesn't have the passive, and LUL are going to give a kill over to their mid laner.
And that's what we were saying about the Vi. Once you have that level 6, ganks are pretty much guaranteed. Sure, they brought the cavalry as well to be able to pick up that kill, but you're now going to be able to pick up pretty much a full plate before you even drop the Herald.
Oh, Yanni all-inning onto Maya, getting the solo kill.
Oh, and Mayuk blind picked that Jace. That was a blind pick Jace. Ultimate gonna be blown. Mr. HB is gonna survive here. The fact that your Jace is getting solo killed when it was blind picked by a Poppy is a really bad sign. I said I'd prefer a Poppy in these big team fights later on, but at this point, I don't know if the Jace is going to be impactful in the game at all.
It is rough. I mean, once that champion gets towards the 2-item spike, those accelerated shock blasts are going to hurt onto a squishy target no matter what. But yeah, in the 1v1 versus Poppy, doesn't look like it's going to be getting better anytime soon. Relatively low HP, though they are a couple levels up on Sign Tristan. Actually, they've been able to give as good as they got in terms of the damage. Every time they hit the Q, the max health damage is stacking up. And Sign Trist needs to be very careful. The flash away from Yanni. One more hit, surely! No way! Just about Citrus getting the kill.
That's a bad sign. That's a really bad sign. Oh, bot lane too.
Dive in the bot lane. Mr. HB doesn't have the ult, has burned all of his summoners to get away, and Iris has also joined the fray. No corpses hitting the floor just yet as Ifrajic once again getting knocked into the air. Ignited, burning down. Massive stun coming through. Drelzy is able to pick up one kill, but Tamer gets one back. The unleashed power not quite able to take out the Jinx. A beautiful scan of the weakness. In dives to the Ricard. A double kill for Drelzy as Tamer goes right back onto Iris, picks them up with the booming blows, and the Lilia kiting away as far as they can. A shutdown onto the Rakan, but they will fall to Citrus in the end. Madness coming through in the bot lane for both teams.
Oh my god, they're really trying to make sure you do not make it through all 7 or 8 games we have today, because this action is insane. Oh boy, so much blown down towards the bottom side of the maps. Flashes are not something that anybody on Poland has still, and there's only one remaining on Mayuk up in the top lane for the Netherlands, simply because he wasn't a part of that fight down there. Everything blown, ultimates, summoner spells coming out of it. Tamer is so strong.
Yeah, let's take stock of this a little bit. Tamer here. 4-1-0. Already has that Leandri. He's had that in the previous play and is stacking up towards that demonic embrace very, very quickly. Citrus, though, 3-0 for themselves. Got that Black Cleaver, and hey, Mike was even able to take first tower in the top lane and equalize a little bit of that differential that had been emerging.
All of that, and there's only about a 1k gold difference in the favor of the Netherlands right here. If you're looking at who has gotten a lot of the kills, a lot of the power, I'd say both of these teams are relatively happy. The only thing is, Drelia got a lot of those kills on this Rakan. Not exactly what you'd like. Possible another fight around this Rift Herald. Still no flashes, no ultimates for a lot of teams though. Instead, just going to concede this one over. So, objective control very much in the favor of the Netherlands.
Yeah, but you see that this has resulted in Mr. HB sort of being left out to dry a lot of the time. Whilst that bot lane dive attempt from PK actually ended up going relatively well for LUL, they've lost that bot lane tower. Troju has really been fairly chill in terms of this laning phase, and getting gold on this Jinx is absolutely something that PK are going to be happy with.
Yeah, it's exactly where you want the gold to be sitting. Sure, it's only one death right here for Troju, but that's not the end of the world, not when you manage to pick yourself up as much CS as they have done, and a full turret with all of its plates. Yeah, you are perfectly happy as PK. Over on the side of ULL, things are going decently too. You've got a lot of power on your Vi, which is someone that needs to be getting ahead early, so that's all good. But the fact is that Tamer's also pretty strong. It's a perilous position for the Netherlands to be in, but for the minute, it's all good. They're not out of this game quite yet.
Oh, and you can see there the vision that PK have put down around this third dragon. We said that they'd maybe want to contest this one a little bit more, and with the map movements coming through, seems to be the case. We're going to have a teleport into the mid lane from the Anivia. Yanni is also going to be running through from base, and here for LUL, not really got a numbers advantage as it stands. Both teams going to be facing off in the river.
This is where not having a true tank is such a scary moment. Nobody really wants to be stepping forwards. Only a Rakan really can, simply because he can slip away quite easily. tense moment right here, and this is what happens when you give over the first 2 Drakes. As PK, you have got to be fighting for this one. Managing to start it up, but look at this rotation. I love it out of the Netherlands.
Yep, absolutely. They've got the Rift Herald as well, so this may not even be just one tower coming down in the mid lane. They may be able to get the tier 2 as well, but decide better of it and back away. And hey, that dragon hasn't been taken down. PK have sort of been splitting their decision-making, and LUL may be able to get everything as they've got first move into the river.
All of a sudden, this is a nice position for the Netherlands to be in. Still toe, very risky though. Oh.
Double Drowsy, here comes a hostile takeover right onto LUL, and they are forced to exit the river. Drowsy leaving in a body bag. 4v5, do LUL fancy their chances? They've still got a lot of engage tools available to them, but you can see there the Glacial Storm from the Anivia. Very good at providing a little bit of space. Scientist trying to go in, trying to get the steal, but he will not be successful. Just going to be another kill, a shutdown going over to Tamer, and this Lilia is getting to a point of power that you need to respect.
Absolutely, you could see that Drowsy landed onto just 2 members, but that was all that needed to happen, getting to blow up Drowsy instantaneously. It means that all of the engage that Lil wanted to have is just gone all of a sudden. 6-1-0. Already having completed that Liandry's, I mean, the amount of burn damage that is going to come out of this Lilia, you just land 1 or 2 swell seeds, and sure, in and of themselves, they don't deal that much damage, but that constant tick being applied, getting your opposition lower and lower and lower, the Monarch now too, and at this point, Tamer needs to be killed first in a team fight, otherwise, you do not win this as the Netherlands.
And the thing about this Demonic Embrace is it's got that little bit of HP on it, and so the burst from LUL becomes that little bit less effective. And if you look at who's got the gold on their team, it's not the Syndra, it's not the Drace, it's funneled into the Vi, it's funneled into the Rakan, and it's great to have these champions on item breakpoints where they can make things happen, but they aren't going to be providing as much damage as those solo laners would.
Look at that gold difference, 1k gold difference between Tamer and Scientist, which is insane because Scientist is doing the best on their team as well. It's not like this is a matchup where the one jungler's done terribly. Both have done pretty well for themselves. It's just that Tamer has managed to find a couple extra moments with great success. And the way that those ultimates all interacted and worked together during that team fight was also excellent. And you got that hostile takeover just coming on through onto already Drowsy members. It's a ridiculous amount of burst damage that you don't have to be particularly close to your opposition to lay down.
Yeah, I think we saw Janny actually going for a play here. So LC's going wide, but that's already so much burst coming out from the Poppy. Yeah, that's a tank, by the way, everybody.
Yeah.
Iris really not enjoying their time there, but I think something else that we spotted there as the goal totals came up was Troju actually over 1,500 up on their opponent. Yeah, this Anivia's going to die for the 4th time this game, not having a great time, but fundamentally the champion can still wave clear, can still be there.
Yeah, it's just going to be able to lay down plenty of damage from quite far away, which is kind of all you need in this composition. You've got plenty of long-range damage, long-range ultimates too. As long as you can just lay down a bit, enough, add a couple of slows in too to stop the engages, you're absolutely fine. I think more than anything, the wall off of this Anivia will be incredibly impactful. Just stopping that engage is half the battle.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Yanni just like tackle someone into that wall. Suntress is on a little bit of a flank. I think Yanni is also on a little bit of a flank. Someone's flanking too. We're getting onto the Poppy and we're actually able to deal a fair bit of damage down onto her. Not enough to remove her from relevancy, but when you go towards this Divine Sunderer first, you've not got as much resistances as maybe something like a Jack Show.
You don't, but because of how much CC and damage can be laid down on Mr. HB, had to go towards that Gale Force rather than being able to pick up a Kraken Slayer means that you're not going to be able to burst through tanks quite as quickly anyway, so you are okay to be able to pick up this Divine Sunderer. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and now I want to look at what Mayak is going to be able to do, because they've got that collapse, they've got that mirror mana. This is the point where Jace can start dealing damage as much as a whole they have been thrown into. I think the next team fight is going to be very interesting for what the outcome of this game is going to look like, because we're 21 and a bit minutes in and there is very little to separate both these teams.
If LUL win this team fight, they have a chance. If they lose this team fight, even by just a little bit, but especially by a lot, I think that this one is pretty much over. There is no outscaling on the side of the Netherlands. Poland just have that scaling factor built into their competition, into their composition. And so this is everything resting on this team fight right now for LUL. Can they make it happen?
And you can see they're investing a bit of time into this top side. If you can get that preferential team fight and then turn that into a Baron, that is going to be a very good way to accelerate through this game, as we're starting to see everyone sort of hitting that 2 item breakpoints. Really touched on Mike, but Scientist has got that Radiant Virtue as well. Iris has picked up the Seraph's Embrace, and Mr. HP is not too far away from that Navori Quick Blades as well. So it really feels like LUL are reaching a sort of mid-game point of power that they're going to need to utilize. Otherwise, PK, the longer this game goes, the scarier they get.
Absolutely, but you can see that Kraken plus that Eye Edge has come through as well for Troju. That's a ridiculous amount of damage for the Jinx. You know, it's a silly game when you haven't really spoken about the Jinx in it. If this Jinx can get 1 kill, get excited, can run through the opposition, and has so much setup from the rest of the team to make that happen.
And it's PK. You're getting the first move over onto the Dragon. Scientist tried to go for a Hail Mary steal on the previous one, and they were not successful. This would be sole point for LUL if they can take it away, but PK trying to deny them the opportunity. Zap going to be thrown out. Yanni just trying to act as a little bit of a bodyguard, as there goes the hostile takeover onto a few members, and Mayuk getting exploded right at the start. Tamer going into the Zhonya's, getting a multi-man sleep coming through as well, and PK are running this team fight. A killing spree for the Lilia, as Troju just needs a little bit more damage. It's a double regardless for his jungler, and Mr. HB running for the hills. The bailout is going to come through, but Troju cannot get a kill to stay alive. Iris and Mr. HB, the last one standing, but PK have got 4 members, they got the Drake, and they're going to get this mid lane tower as well.
They can even turn back onto the Baron if they want it right now. Oh, if Troju had kept alive, it would have 100% been a Baron. Without your Jinx, you're in not as great a position to be able to take it. Just going to take those resets through, and what a team fight right there. Holding off the opposition for long enough, and only losing a member because Troju started feeling himself. That's the only reason that a single member of PK died right there.
You could say that the Jinx got excited.
And jinxed themselves.
All right, great stuff, great stuff. But really, the big plays coming out in that team fight were from Tamer and were from Sack with those ultimates. But LUL are going, yo, we lost the last team fight. We don't care. We are going for this Baron. Yanni recalling on the bottom side. PK, they need to get here in time, otherwise they could miss out. Where is Tamer? Where is Tamer? He's absolutely nowhere near. The smite's going to go down, and Baron gets snuck away by LUL.
Oh, we've said that it looked pretty doomed right here for the Netherlands, but they are not going out without a fight. Then in University, picking themselves up that Baron off of a brilliant call. Such a ballsy move right there to say, hey, we can take this quickly enough. It looked like it was going to be close, but just fast enough before the resets were able to come through. And a great decision that keeps them just within touching distance in this game.
Yeah, but now the next 2.5 minutes are crucial. If they can get good usage out of this Baron, if they can wrest control of this game, then there's a chance that they can win it. But if PK are able to use their wave cliff from the Anivia, from the Jinx to hold out, protect their base, then we keep going into the same paradigm of this game. The longer it goes, the more likely that PK's composition is going to allow them to go that little bit further.
Exactly. When we talk about outscaling, it just means that, sure, the gold right now is equal, but that gold is more useful in the back pockets of PK the further into this game that we get. Potential gank right here onto Mayuk.
Yeah, Tamer dropping the ult instantaneously. An interrupt on the dash, and the Jace. Very few places to go. Actually able to flash back, and Yanni maybe overextending is going to be able to get that initial kill as Scientist and Drelzy are jumping on top of him. Not too much damage can come out from the Xayah. From the Rakan and from the Vice, sorry, and Yanni able to get himself away. So that's one of those Baron buffs off the board for LUL.
Off of your split pusher as well, exactly who you don't want to lose that Baron. Was a really nice rotation out of PK. They've just had that rotation down pat the entire game. And the fact that those early kills fell into the back pocket of Tamer has just left this unscalable wall in front of LUL that is this Lilia. Who else is going to be able to shred through your team than a Lilia who can put half of you to sleep all at once?
Yeah, I think the way that the ultimates have been used in these big team fights from PK has been really great to watch. And but on the side of LUL, they were able to sneak away that Baron. They understand sort of the position that they find themselves in, that they are in a place where they are getting outscaled, but they're still going for these plays. They're still trying to make it happen. Scientrist, I think, has actually been a very big point of power for them. Yes, he's on the Vi. Yes, it's not the biggest carry, but can still deal a fair bit of damage if he's left in a 1v1 versus the Anivia or the Jinx.
Absolutely, can wreck people, honestly, run straight through them. And I mean, in this situation, as Troju, you don't want to ever be sat where you could get caught out. You shouldn't need to be. You have so much power around you. This Renata dealing plenty and has enough CC to be able to keep you safe. Just play it safe. As PK, taking any big risks is a bad idea right now. You have that outscale, like we've said time and time again. You are looking very pretty to continue your run through the upper bracket, as LUL fighting desperately to keep themselves out of that lower bracket.
You can see there's so much vision in the bottom side jungle of PK. LUL, they really don't want to give up another Drake. This soul is really something they can fight. That's a big double solo to Serac! But the unleashed power not quite coming through from Iris. A reset gonna come out from the Renata, and with her off the map, that means that this Drake is a much more inviting prospect for the Dutch team.
That's actually huge. That hostile takeover was one of the biggest ultimates when working in conjunction with the Lilting Lullaby. That's a great pick.
Yeah, just drop every single little bit of CC onto the Lilia. The Zonya's Hourglass is going to be able to keep her alive. The bailout is going to come through as well. And Tamer isn't dead! No. And with all of those ultimates invested, LUL are going to have a rough time playing out the rest of this fight. Iris with a beautiful scan of the week to prevent PK from going any further forward. But these health bars for LUL, they're not particularly large. Cleanse is going to get rid of that Lilting Lullaby. But Mr. HB, very, very low. Going to have a rough time contributing this fight. Mayak throwing out the accelerated shot blast. Iris dropping some poke as well. And actually, the solo laners from LUL may have done enough damage to push back PK, but the health bar's still pretty damn low on both sides. Dragon teased by LUL, potentially started up, but neither team wants to make an overstep.
No, they do not, but so many ultimates have been blown. PK really don't have anything left to give. Still able to bully their way onto this Drake 50-50.
Oh, and it's been stolen away by Iris. An engage is going to come through from Jelzy as well. Shut down onto Tamer. 2 dead on the side of PK. And just as it looked like the game was getting away from LUL, they snatch it right back.
Or teleport straight over onto the mid lane as well. You can see just the go, go, go call. Get as much out of this play as you possibly can. With 4 members dead, this mid lane tier 2 is going to fall as well. And everything was looking bad for LUL, but they snatched themselves back into this game.
But how much can they take? The Anivia is going to be able to provide a decent bit of wave clear. So the inhib tower is going to fall down. The inhibitor probably also going to be dropping, but Nexus towers would be a bridge too far. And LUL, just as it looked like they were breathing their last breath in the upper bracket, get themselves a team fight, get themselves a Drake, get themselves an inhib, and looking pretty damn good in this game.
That was incredibly well played out of LUL. They managed to get a ton of damage down onto Serake. Exactly what you wanted to be able to do. That Renato is a huge amount of power. They have to go back to base, and then everything onto Tamer. The member that you had to kill, they didn't quite manage it, but it meant that 2 of the biggest ultimates, the biggest power sources for PK were gone, and they managed to turn that into a great fight. As well as that, Iris managed to steal away the Drake. You're now at Soul Point right here, and still fighting in this game. This is also a 3k gold lead for the Netherlands too, so they are beginning to be able to have enough gold to patch over the fact that perhaps the scaling is not on their side.
And it was all about that poke, really. Iris and Mike, MVPs in that fight, just chipping away at the backline health bars and preventing PK from getting involved. But Bloxer, we've got another objective on the Rift here. Baron, potentially, we've already seen in this game LUL sneak this one away. I don't think that PK are going to give them another opportunity like that.
No, absolutely not. Constant warding. Do not want to, because that snuck away Baron was the first sign of life the Netherlands had really shown.
Just worried there. That Swirl Seed landing onto 2. I was wondering if the sleepy time was going to come through from Tamer.
Just so much burn damage, and it means that getting hit by even one of those, despite the fact that you could be stunned up, that's not even the biggest issue. The biggest issue is how much damage it deals to you slowly but surely, and leaving health bars not that great. Both of these teams have pretty ridiculous poke, which means I expect to see even more of those team fights where everybody's health is pretty low.
With this mid lane inhib down, LUL have kind of got a free bit of pressure for themselves. One member of PK is always going to have to answer that wave, but this Baron dance has been going on so long that LUL are like, hold on, we need to reset, we need to restock on our wards, get some more items coming through, and that might give PK a window if they can spot out these missing members to move on to the purple one themselves.
2 minutes on this Drake. Baron's still up. You can see it's just a wrestle over the control of the mid lane right now. Trying to get these waves shoved out and in a good position. Tons of pings right onto the Baron. You can see, is it being started up right here? Just gonna clear up the vision. Okay, okay. This is so tense.
This is so tense, but look at the items coming through. For all of the unpleasant things that Mr. HP has had to deal with in this game, they're on 3 items just the same as Troju, so both these AD carries set up to carry. LUL fighting for priority in the mid lane. So important to get that. Gives you first move over Yanni. Dueling up with Scientrist on the front line. Tamer throwing a Swelsey overall, not quite connecting onto anyone.
Just so much pressure, but both of these teams can lay down through every bit of poke that they have. This is not a situation where one team has poke, one team doesn't. Instead, health bars being chipped down from both of these teams. Gotta keep watching where these scatter the weaks go. That could be the real team fight starter for LUL.
And PK have actually been able to wrest control of the mid lane, and with 45 seconds on that Drake spawning, they're going to need to make a decision too, because LUL, they could play for Baron, they could play for Soul in this situation. PK, a bit more limited in their options.
Yeah, they really cannot afford to give up this Soul, the ability to constantly heal up between these team fights. Versus a poke composition, yeah, you'd love an Ocean Soul in this game.
But as it stands, it is PK that are going to be able to get the first move, and it looks like that move is going to be towards the Dragon. This is what we were talking about right in the early game. If you can stack up all these Drakes, it just gives you so many more ways of playing out these later game stages. Mr. HP potentially a little bit isolated. Tamer goes for the flash, but missing on the building blows. Mr. HP still going to invest in the ult, still going to have to get out of dodge, but that is a big cooldown gone from the Lilia as PK move into the bottom side wherever they've already started up the Dragon.
Straight onto it, you can see teleport into the mid lane, and this is going to be a Baron call out of LUL. They can't make it to the Drake quickly enough, just going to have to turn tail and run towards this Baron.
But look at Mr. HP.
This one down either.
Look at Mr. HP, he was on reset. He's had to come back because of that pressure applied in the mid lane. So PK, they take that chunk, they use it to get the Drake, and now they can reset right back to mid lane, and now there's nothing pressuring them away from the Baron. They can go towards that objective if they find an angle.
What a play right there. You can see how much pressure was landed, and the only real ultimate blown was that Super Mega Death Rocket out of the Jinx. It's going to be back up again in about 20 seconds time. It's not the end of the world. How much damage that dealt. Whew.
And you only need to get hit by 2 of those, and then you are being forced back to base. And if you are without your Jinx at this stage of the game, 35 minutes in as PK, then you just lose that team fight. This is not the point in the game where you can make a 4v5 work. Just have a mechanic. Tamer! Oh, my words. That's what we're talking about. Big chunks, 9 kills on that Lilia, but she's going to have to go back to base. She's going to have to get out of there, and LUL uses this opportunity to start up the Baron.
Just gonna take the fight with half health.
Oh, she's still here. Hostile takeover, but not really connecting onto anybody. She's on the flank here, but only getting a sleep down onto one. Drelzy is trying to make a play onto the Lilia, but look at the rest of your team. Maya getting exploded and shut down. The Vi knocked out of the fight as well, and PK are looking for it. Mr. HB is able to take down that Lilia, but he's going to get tackled against the wall and thrown to the wolves. Drelzy will die as well. PK find 3 and going to push down the top lane.
Iris looking for one more kill.
Oh, trying to get it onto the Anivia, but that passive is going to come through clutch. Troju now firing out with the damage coming through on the Jinx. The Unleashed Power is enough to take about a killing spree for Iris, as Janny is going to jump on top of them and try and take them out. The Scatterweek is going to push them away as Sarek once more trying to find access. Sion, Trist doing as much as they can to tank up her in the front line, but they're in a 3v1, and that doesn't work out well for them. Taking the Jinx off the table maybe gives LUL a chance to prevent this Baron.
Oh, the fact that they're able to fight their way through this one. LUL, incredibly strong team fighting at the end, but just getting caught out on the break, not making one unified call. Half of the team going upwards, trying to take out Tamer, the rest of the team being caught down in the meat grinder that is the rest of the PK lineup. And the fact that they don't lose the Baron in that situation is a very small silver lining for what was an incredibly bad sequence of events. Nearly losing your AD carry, losing the Drake, and all pressure that was giving you, and then almost losing the Baron, and instead just 3 members.
But I tell you not now, with 2 minutes to go until this next Drake, which would be solved for either of these teams, we're right back to A-ramming. We're right back to fighting over this mid lane priority. And the thing is, for PK, because Tamer can throw out these swell seeds, you just need one of those to land to find a pick. Oh my, what? What? Where did Sarah go? Iris!
What?
Has just deleted the Renata from existence, and LUL, surely they feel like they can get something up there. They're finding access onto Trojan. They're just going to drop everything onto this Jinx and remove him from existence. The Anivia forced to jump as well as Yanni is playing onto Mr. HB, who's just about able to get out of their Tamer. Fighting with Iris on the top side, flashing away, but the shield comes through from Drowsy. It's not enough to prevent the shutdown from going down, and Tamer is going to be forced to kite as well. Yanni is going to have to do something similar, but LUL are running up mid lane. They are trying to end this game, but can the Lilia stop them?
Oh my god, they might have done it. They might have done it right here. There's 30 seconds on these death timers. A quick reset coming through. You've only got 2 members alive. Can they survive? Oh, yes. PK just about going to stop this pressure. The fact that Tamer still didn't die in that situation is ridiculous. Gonna keep trying to find onto the chase. These swell seeds could definitely take out Mayuk. So tense. And I know that Syndra's deal a lot of damage, but we expect... Oh, okay. We expect Syndra's to deal a lot of damage when they use the full combo, but that was just dropping a ball onto the head of Serake.
That was QW, right? That was QW.
That was just QW.
Oh, okay, we're getting a TP and PK. They're going to be going for that. Look at the resets that have come through from LUL. Half of them are stood in their own base. The team from Poland are going to use this as an opportunity to start up the Baron. As the teleports come through, they will disengage, but burning 2 TPs this late into the game is going to give you so many ways to play the map. LUL, though, they want to get something for those teleports. Once again, investing vision towards the top side.
The Drake is up. There's already the Drake up. That team fight lasted so long that the next Drake has spawned. Mr. HB, hang on, is that where you want to be?
I'm not sure it is. They go for a 1v1 onto Tamer. They're going to go into the Feathers Fly, cleanse away the ultimate in Yanni. A little bit isolated. There's a big rip coming through. The Poppy is going to get removed from the team fight. Tamer going to be trying to trying to find a flank, but Troju is already dead, and PK, they can't get their damage into the fight. Mayuk able to slay down the Anivia, and a beautiful stun coming through in the battle. And once again, a one-shot from Iris, and with 4 members dead on the side of PK, LUL are going to push it through for the win.
Yeah, early game looked so bad for LUL. It did not look like it was going to be a good game, and things were so risky, but that call onto the Baron, it turned their fortunes and have kept them in this game.
PK will have a chance in the lower bracket, but LUL will progress to the next round in the upper brackets.
I have one word for this win out of the Netherlands. Iris.
Yes.
Those scatter the weeks during the early team fights were the only thing that were keeping the team in it, and then later on, blowing people up, just deleting members instantaneously in ways that, I mean, I know Syndra's good at deleting people, but oh my god.
Yeah, pretty disgusting stuff. And I'm not going to lie, Bloxer, if every game today is like that, I feel like our voices might be a little bit ruined come that final best of 3. But what a banger to get us started. Yeah. And as close as that was, as well as LUL played, you got to give some credit to PK. They were absolutely fighting tooth and nail, going blow for blow right up until the end.
They really were. An incredibly impressive performance out of both of these teams. PK, 1 or 2 picks, just moments different, and they would have won that game. They were fully on track to win it. If that incredibly ballsy call out of the Netherlands to go nick that Baron right out from under their noses didn't happen, I don't know if this game goes the same way. I think Poland are going to do incredibly well for themselves down in that lower bracket. We may well see them again later on in the day if they can make it that far. But if this is the level of competition right now, if this is the quality of a team that is now in the lower bracket, then this entire tournament is so stacked.
Very, very, very impressive stuff coming through for them. And I think, yeah, a team that you probably don't want to run into if you are one of those lower bracket teams. But of course, MVP today, got to be going to Iris. That performance on the Syndra, especially as we got later and later into that game, just blowing up people with a couple of abilities. Brilliant stuff to watch. And I believe that our next game is going to be between KTU and Yenil Yizma, though before that we are going to be jumping to a very short break. So maybe take a breather, grab a glass of water, then come right back here in 5 minutes time for champion select of our next matchup. Oh, hold on. I believe I may have made a little bit of a mistake there, Bloxer, and I didn't read our run of show document because I think we have actually got a graphic coming up for the MVP. Iris, they just played so damn well that game.
Really incredibly impressive performance. The top lane was going quite badly, I'd say, for Mayuk. It was not a great time. Down in the bot lane, poor Mr. HB, he was sat there completely by himself, absorbing pressure and doing his best, didn't die down in that bottom lane, but, wasn't having the best time. It was only Iris who was able to have a stable early game and turn that into a very impressive performance. Scatter the Weak is not a particularly easy ability to land. Sure, we all laugh at Syndra as a champion, that outplay button, press R, win team fight. It's pretty funny, and to be fair, the rest of the kit is not that complex, but actually landing Scatter the Weaks can be a little bit tricky. You've got to get that lineup correct. You've got to be able to land it all in the correct timings as well, otherwise your opponents will just know where you're going to be punting that ball at them. And so to be able to land them so consistently is a real boom for a team. To have somebody on your roster who's able to just have a nice, calm early game and then turn that into such great team fight presence, really impressive.
I think that was the calm, I think, was the really impressive thing, because we were talking about how maybe the damage on the side coming out from LUL wasn't going to scale that well as we got into the game, but their team fight execution was very, very smart. And I think you've got to give a shout out to Mayek as well. Very, very bullied in that early game, but was able to sort of come out with those accelerated shot blasts, getting the poke down, and meant that this Anivia, meant this Jinx weren't really ever able to get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, sure, your Lilia deals a ton of damage, but also, if you are constantly being punted by those Scatter the Weaks, by those accelerated shot blasts, all of a sudden, you don't have the HP to actually get involved in these team fights. We saw how strong Tamer was, and we were terrified of what Tamer could do to the Netherlands squad. But then, the two team fights that were actually won by the Netherlands were won simply because Tamer was knocked out of the team fight before it started.
And I think that's the key thing. It's the ability to recognize what the enemy win condition is and kind of what your loss condition is, right? If that Lilia was able to consistently get 3-person, 4-person sleeps in those last few team fights, then that could have been disastrous for LUL. But fundamentally, she wasn't able to get in those same positions because of the CC being laid down, because of the poke being laid down. Really, really well played.
It was. And I think most members out of this Netherlands squad played pretty well. Obviously, Iris was the most impressive, and we can all see that. However, like you said, Mayuk had absorbed enough pressure to be able to still be useful in the later stages of the game, didn't die too many times, actually survived a couple of big dive attempts, top 2. And then the rest of the scene, I mean, Scientrist, sure, it wasn't as good as the Lilia performance, but they are very different champions is the thing. Lilia is able to pick up a lot of big AoE damage, picks up a lot of kills simply because the burn is ticking and that was the last tick of damage that actually went through, whereas Vi is very single target. You're trying to kill one member, and as soon as we had that level 6 onto the Vi, was able to pick up a lot of good ganks.
Yeah, and I believe we do have that MVP graphic here ready for Iris, so make sure you screenshot this, guys, chuck it on your Twitter, chuck it in your Discords, and we can and show that off. Very, very strong performance from them, honestly. Look at that. Look at that. 7 KDA, 9.5 CS per minute, but also just loads of damage too.
Yeah, incredible amounts of damage. And what more could you really want from a Syndra? everything about this champion is just blow somebody up. And if you're able to kill out the jungler, that's obviously ideal, but we saw even just blowing up the support is what really turned this game on its head. It was feeling very close until that big team fight around the Drake where all of a sudden, Zarek's just gone. Just gone.
Yep.
Instantaneously. Bye-bye.
Just completely removed from existence, and that's what the Syndra can do. If you're able to drop, well, not even all of your abilities onto a single person, just absolutely explode them up. But I believe, Bloxer, that we are going to be going to a break now. After that, we are going to be having KTU versus Yenel Mizmar, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm on. Yeah. Look at me, I'm on. Yeah. Look at me. Can't stop. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. OMG, I don't get pressed. Look at me. I've been on set since 17. I've been on set, unsettling. I'm going numb, amphetamine. I don't do drugs, I'm not a fiend. Push to the edge, no boundary. About 2 or 3 in these leather jeans. Look at me, flex. Tat in my flesh. Never end, dead. Now I'm up next. Here for those checks. Plenty flows, wet. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm next. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Tonight I come alive. You been a dud, you been a vibe. You been in hiding, you been inside. I'm like a farmer, I'm outside. Don't change locations, I'm on the grind. I do my dance, hammer time. 1, 2, 2 step. 1, 2, 2 checks. Long nights, I was cold. I'm the one before the bag. Money come and see the flow. What I show is what I own. Freeze, photo, please, no photos. Different record, but it's relevant. Show the L's like I show the wins. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Swipe, 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 swipe. Swipe, 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 swipe. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Swerving, making plays, quick Ferrari red. Never out my zone, touchdown in my hands. Only fam around me, I can't have no friends. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. Ever since I was a teen, had prices on my head. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon Says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon Says. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon Says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon Says. Yeah, ball point on the beat, ball point make them dance. Yeah, we came up from nothing, now we're making plans. Yeah, just picked up some bands, Tell her ask get questions when I come and grind. On the run like a runaway. Only way is the money way. New chain, no jewelry. No games, don't fool me. 21, been a boss. Play the game, pay the cost. Heard you rolling TikTok. Need to get another watch. Just picked up some bands, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon Says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Middlecop, joined by Black Block. So we have got another game coming on your screens in just a moment between KTU from Lithuania and Yenomezla, the representative from Turkey.
Yenomezla, one of the teams that we talked about earlier on today, because we saw them last time around, the third place team from last time around, and they've got a couple of members coming back. The top and the jungle I haven't seen before, but that mid, bot, and support are all members of the previous team who were incredibly good. And I'm happy we get to see this team because I have thoughts about Yenomezla and their playstyle. Mainly, what the insert expletive of your choice. I love the way that these guys play. Just ridiculous. We saw them last time around, and the meta... I'll make you cast your mind back. It was the Jinx meta, where it was just Jinx was the top pick. Everything was about the Jinx. We had things like the Zillion Karma in the mid lane and the top lane, just trying to support the Jinx. Everything that mattered was about whether your AD carry scaled hard enough into the later stages of the game. And then these guys rock up onto the scene and decide to play Shaco in every lane possible and just wreck people with it. It was incredibly impressive. They came through the last chance qualifier, made it all the way to the third place in the tournament. And I hope that they're just playing like that again today, because if they are, oh, we're in for a real treat with this team.
Yeah, potentially going to be clowning on a few teams as we get a little bit of a look at the bracket there. Obviously, LUL able to take down PK in the previous game that we saw on stream, and KIT got the win versus EUB, and so they're going to be matching up against each other. But the teams that we are focusing on here, obviously KTU and Yenomezla. KTU getting a bye versus Exeter, and Yenomezla able to take down BME. The winner of this game will be playing against the winner of LUL versus KIT for a chance to qualify into the playoffs. So winning here, very, very important for both these sides.
Really is. Both of these teams going to be pretty happy to be on the opposite side of the bracket to Kit SC White, you'd have to imagine. But if you want to make it, you either have to beat them in this potential upper bracket, or head down onto that lower bracket and make it through a best of 3. Nobody wants to be having to do that. If you can end your day with just 2 more games from this point on, you'd feel pretty happy about that one.
Absolutely, as I believe we are going to be jumping into the draft here. KTU going to be starting off on the blue side, Yenomezla on the red.
Alrighty, let's see what these bans are going to be. Are we going to see some more standard bans? Vi coming right off the board. We saw just how strong that champion can be last time around, and it is the sort of thing that Husky Rider does like to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more bans put towards this jungle position. Ari coming off the board as well, though.
Yeah, and we're really seeing a few of these sort of more pick-focused champions being removed. Obviously, with the meta as it stands right now, being so focused around these hyper carries, getting a load of that pick potential off the board just means that you can pilot those that little bit better. But, I don't know, if you do want to throw Shaco down, you can cause a little bit of chaos.
I mean, that would be very, very fun. It's the kind of thing that I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see. To be fair, KTU, also a team that we did see last time around, Bilas, does like to play a little bit more aggressive champions up into this jungle, so potentially we could see it on either side. Not really expecting to see it though. We are going to see the Cassante come off of the board as well. Jarvan too, so a good spread of champions being banned out. And right now, there's not too much meta bans going on. This is more specific target bans towards what you know your opponents like to play.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're checking out stuff like the Vi, stuff like the Cassante, Ari, like, they're in there, but not really the stuff that is needing to be banned necessarily all the time. And I am interested to see how these drafts shape out, because something that I was sort of noticing about that previous game as we were off air is that oftentimes it did come to these contestations in the mid lane just fighting to pressure, and neither team really able to find massive decisive engages until they were able to move over to objectives. So I'm wondering if either of these teams are going to give us a bit more in the way of tools to start team fights.
Yeah, quite possibly. Jinx going to be this first pick right here. It's a little bit risky to be first picked. You saw that there's a lot of other champions you can take that have a lot more early priority. This is a matchup we're probably going to see quite a lot today.
Yep.
Is going to be this Xayah. It's great into the Jinx if you can get it working early on. And we saw in the previous game, actually, even if you can't get it particularly strong during the early stages of the game, the Xayah doesn't fall off too badly. Interesting if it's going to be the Rakan pickup right here as a pairing. If not, there is a potential to go towards your jungler right here. AD carries and junglers are what we tend to see during the early stages of the pick ban.
Yeah, because it doesn't really matter that much. I feel like AD carry matchups are, you kind of don't care who you're going against unless you've got stuff like Draven throwing into the mix, and junglers, there's not too much interaction between those two either. So the matchup is a little bit less important, and you could just get some straight up power down. The Wukong is providing exactly that, and is one of these champions that can find access onto a Jinx into the backline.
Really can do. You can just go flying forwards on this Wukong, gives you plenty of priority as well. If it is going to be a Sejuani, then both of these champions gank pretty well during the early stages of the game. Sejuani gives a little bit more utility towards your team, and this is a real dare that the Turkish squad have put down. Hey, we don't think that you're going to want to play Jinx Rakan, and so we're going to force you to say what your other support is going to be right now, and then potentially take the Rakan into you. See what this pickup's going to be. Alongside that Renata, it was pretty good. There are plenty of other potential options still on the board. Instead, just going to go towards the mid lane. Syndra going to be locked in. We saw how deadly that can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If it does get to 40 minutes, you can just get one shot by her casting to abilities. So we've all learned something new today. But what we're seeing from these drafts, I feel like, is sort of incentivizing a bit more play towards the top side of the map. And that Zoe is massive for Fresh Killer. Like you say, a signature pick for this guy.
Oh yeah, last time around, if you thought you saw somebody explode versus that Syndra, yeah, you ain't got nothing on Fresh Killer Zoe. One of those picks that Fresh Killer loves, especially because he's just so mechanically good on it, going to be able to put down a lot of damage, and on something that's quite immobile like a Jinx, you gotta worry. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to be a big pickup right here. To be fair, actually, both your Jinx and your Syndra do not have a lot of ability to get away in situations, and so gonna be quite a risky game. Have to watch what's going on with Fresh Killer with the Zoe.
I think that's where Billis is going to be able to find a lot of their value potentially, because the thing about Zoe is you do kind of need to go a little bit forward to get that poke down, and using that portal jump obviously tells your enemy where you were going to be jumping back to. So if Billis can throw out a Glacial Prison, land that onto Thresh Killer as he's attempting to land the poke, that could be a really good angle for KTU to start these team fights.
It could be. So, onto these bans. We can see two top lane bans coming off of the board. Clearly, Midlucker does not get to play any of the big tanks that we have in the meta right now, whereas that Rakan is going to come off the board. Jace too, and so 3 of the 4 bans are going directly towards this top lane. Really interesting to see if Yenomizla decide that they want to pick themselves up their top laner right now, or do you want Aloha to have the ability to counterpick?
You can get a lot of value out of that counter pick. We saw how the Poppy last game into the Jace did some pretty disgusting things, even if it wasn't able to eventually win out on the end. But I think this is really understandable here. You didn't pick your support in your first 3 picks, and you can kind of take it now for free.
Yeah, there's no real need to pick yourself up a counter pick support. Sure, sometimes it's pretty useful, but not if you're just going to pick up the Nautilus. Nautilus is decently good into the majority of matchups, and he's one of the best bot lane picks at the moment. Alongside the Xayah, that's a ton of early priority. If you land one of those dredge lines, all of a sudden it's a very scary situation for whoever is on the end of that hook. It's going to be the Braum as the counter, very good into Zoe, very good into Nautilus. To be fair, Xayah as well, and so that is a nice pickup right here for Truther. We'll see what this final pickup will be. Top lane is what's needed, and it is going to be a blind pick.
And you've already got a couple of strong damage carries here in the Jinx, in the Syndra, and with UNIVERSITY banning away 2 of these tanks, it wouldn't surprise me if we just see a third come out here from mid-lucker. And the San is great because he can survive pretty much any matchup. He's so incredibly tanky, he has so much wave clear as well. You charge up that decimating smash, you pop W as well, and minions just disappear.
Exactly, and this champion will just keep scaling, keep scaling, keep scaling. There's a lot of good late game on this side for KTU, and so what will the pickup gonna be? Now, if you want to get through a tank, this is kind of one of your best options. It gives a little bit more AP damage as well, which is decent when you've got a Zoe, which is a bit more bursty, a bit more sustained. This Gwen can also sit in a side lane quite easily, and is relatively good at getting away from ganks with that Hallowed Mist.
Yeah, but the thing that I'm worried about here for UNIVERSITY is in terms of their team fight, you really are putting a lot on Husky Rider, getting a big Cyclone for that to work out well for you, because in terms of things that can just stand in front of you, KTU have got so much more. This Sion, this Sejuani, this Braum are going to be so hard to remove from that front line, are going to cause real problems for the Gwen and the Wukong trying to get in on top of the Syndra and Jinx.
Absolutely they are, but we've seen that the composition that's got good engage come out on top previously versus decent disengage. It's the range as well that worries me slightly. Gwen, very low range. Wukong, he can get in, but once he's in, low ranged too. And sure, Zoe has a lot of just burst potential, but it's not as much, really, as you're getting out of a Syndra from long range. Sure, a Sleepy Trouble Bubble can burst somebody for about half of their HP, but you don't instantly kill them. Not in the same way that, say, a Syndra can, from across the wall, just delete somebody.
Absolutely. And looking at both of these compositions, Block, so are you getting any inklings yet as to which team you feel like should be taking this, or which team is going to be stronger at a certain point?
See, I prefer Lithuania's composition. I like it. I think the KT were a good team too.
There's a butt coming.
There is a butt coming. The butt is UNIVERSITY just as people, as a group of people, and the way that they like to play. They were never going to pick themselves a bog standard sit back scale composition. That's just not who they are as a team. They want to go in, and all of their champions are really good for that. I expect great things out of pretty much every single member of this Turkey lineup. And they've been given great champions to be able to show off their skills.
Absolutely. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Elohard. This Gwen can tear apart teams if she is allowed to. We saw what, I believe it was Bin, was able to do on this pick against Cloud9 a couple of days ago. And Elohard, maybe not as good as Bin. We do not know. But if the champion gets fed enough, he can do some pretty disgusting things.
Really can do. There's a ton of power just all across the board right here for, I mean, both of these teams, to be fair. And so during this early stages of the game, what are we watching? Sejuani, it's not the quickest clear, it's not the slowest clear, it's pretty average. Wukong, a little bit faster, has a lot more ability to get across the map. And both of these two are going to want to find some early ganks. The thing is, Sejuani has a lot more lockdown CC early on. As a Wukong, you're kind of waiting on that level 6, the Cyclone, to be able to actually just lay down some CC and make things happen on your own. Before that, you need some setup from your lanes. There's plenty of setup in the bot lane, there's plenty of setup in the mid lane. Top lane, a little bit harder, but Gwen does a ton of damage, so it is not the end of the world that the Wukong can't necessarily make things happen for himself.
And especially when you see on the other side that Midlucker has opted into this cull on the Sun, completely content with kind of just AFKing this laning phase, farming as much as they can and getting a little bit more gold to build up that tank itemization.
hook already landing down towards the bottom side of the map, and we can expect a lot of that. Burkus is very, very good on these hook champions. He likes himself a pike, likes the Nautilus, and just insta-bursting about half of the HP out of this Jinx, and this is what we were expecting last game, you know, where the Jinx isn't allowed to just sit there and farm.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the onus is going to come onto Truth, yeah. Level 2 hit by both of these bot lanes. Burkus and P-God looking for an engagement, able to find the route down onto this Jinx. No Ignite is available, the Trumps are going to come through, and the Exhaust dealing fair bits back. P-God not able to contribute as much damage. Billas coming over the wall. No one has dropped down just yet, but Burkus is going to have so many stuns dropping on top of him in just a moment. The first blood is going to be fed over to KTU.
Oh, it looked so good for the bot lane of Yenomizla, but unfortunately Burkus just going too far, and when you have double Freljordian champions, it's so difficult to move. You just don't get to walk away. All of those stack-up stuns coming through out of both the Braum and the Sejuani, making it so Burkus just can't get away, and that first blood going into the back pocket of the Jinx, brilliant.
Mid-Lucker low, flashing away. Aloha is going to be able to get the kill, but will get traded out. And actually, Husky Rider needs to be very careful here. That passive deals a fair bit of damage, but the Wukong is able to get out of there. So it's a 1-for-1, but a few of those minions are going to be dying to that tower, which is decent for Yenomizla.
See, also Husky Rider not going to be able to pick this little Gromp as well, so it's not the end of the world up in the top lane. Sure, Mid-Lucker did die, but getting that return kill keeps you in a nice spot, and as a Scion, you don't necessarily mind dying that much. The passive giving you plenty of priority, even once death has come knocking at your door.
I think the dangerous thing to watch out for, though, is that is a blasting one very, very early for Aloha versus
aggressive.
Just that Ruby Crystal that Mid-Lucker has been able to pick up, and the Suns had to expend the teleport as well, so if we see a repeat play going on to the top lane, then Aloha could snowball this lane out of control. That'll be something that we'll have to track for the next few minutes. Is on the minimap, Burkus actually making a move towards the mid lane. Rimtulus caught out here, is a level up on Fresh Killer, but that's not going to serve him well enough. The flashback away, Burkus picking up the kill.
You can see Fresh Killer didn't want to give over that kill, but knew that stepping up in that situation was going to result in a 1-for-1. Instead, just give it over to Burkus. You don't mind a little bit more gold into the back pocket of your tank either. Just keep them in a nice spot. And a great gank down towards this mid lane. Burkus is one of the most important members for Yenomizla. The way he roams around the map, constantly delivering pressure for his team, is always very impressive, and to see it this early on into the game is a good sign for Yenomizla's chances.
And that's what you can do when you've got Uzziah on the bot side. Obviously doesn't have access to the ultimate just yet, but Braum Jinx shouldn't be a lane that's killing you unless you're going a little bit too aggressive. If you're going aggressive onto Burkus, and actually KTU able to force Husky Rider out of his jungle with this 4-person play onto the blue buff.
Yeah, and because the reset's coming out of Fresh Killer, you knew it was going to happen when he was that low down in health. Just managing to bully this one out, and now you can turn it into pressure down towards the bot lane.
Oh, overstep here from Burkus and P-God. No summoner spells available apart from that Ignite. We are going to be getting a 3v3, but Husky Rider is a level down. KTU feeling good about this one as Smackler is able to fire out with those rockets. Trufia backing away the hook, going millimeters wide. Burkus probably glad he didn't connect with that one, as no one's going to die in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's one of those situations as a Nautilus where missing that hook is probably the best outcome for all involved. Would have been a lot more kills going down, probably to both teams, if he had have hit that one. And so, 5 minutes into this game, and things are already very explosive. The previous game, we had a very chill early game. Not the case this time around, and it never was going to be when Yenomizla is on your screens. Everything seems to be okay. I'd say for both of these teams, the Jinx onto Smackler, the kill onto Smackler down towards the bot side.
Bloxer, you're trying to talk, There's another play happening. Already a 1-for-1, Smackler able to get that kill, and Husky Rider flashing away to escape. 180 carry off the board, 1 support off the board, a double kill on a Jinx. That's feeling pretty good.
It really is getting more and more power into this Jinx. We can see just how much damage he can do. Burkus still playing with fire.
This is a little bit over-aggressive. The zap is going to slow him down. One more hit. The stun's going to come through. The rockets, the flash bomb to level up will keep the Nautilus alive. It's a shutdown for Husky Rider. And Fresh Killer is going to get a fresh kill onto Villas here. Picks that one up. So damn close to falling down, but Burkus escapes with his life.
Oh, the just confidence out of Burkus to know that he could step up just a little bit longer, well aware that Fresh Killer was booking it down towards that bottom side of the map, and that's the way that Yenomiza like to play. They want to get hyphy, they want to get aggressive, they want to see what they can do to just make you uncomfortable in every single lane. Hang on though.
Oh, Fresh Killer, he's got that stolen flash. He's going to be able to use it to get away, but the concussive blows stacking up. The unleashed power not enough to take down the Zoe. These health bars are disappearing, and once again, Yenomiza again to try and capitalize on the play. Rimtulus able to flash away, but already we're seeing so much action in the early game.
Great rotation out of Yenomiza. They're not the first to the play, but their response is always good enough to be able to pick up either a flash or a return kill even. P-God perfectly happy to just sit and farm up whenever Burkus decides he wants to go roam around. That's one of the best things about the Xayah. With that ultimate, you do have the ability to be pretty safe in your lane. Still shoving into the opposition. Jufa and Smackler just having to sit back, and Burkus really trying to land hooks under the turret. This man is nuts.
Is this like Q-key both? It just like auto-casts every time the ability is off cooldown? It feels like it, right? But that's kind of what you want to be doing on the North, is you've got so much CC in your kit that being able to throw it out whenever is going to feel good for you. Eloha connecting on to 1 out of 3 of the needlework, which is not necessarily the best ratio, but you can see how this Gwen is already bullying around the sun in the early game, and this matchup doesn't get much better for the Undead Juggernaut.
And you can just see how much pressure Aloha's able to put down up in this top lane. That's all you really need out of your Gwen. This was a counter pick. You had this matchup locked in, and it's working pretty well. Bilas hasn't been able to go punish this very overextended Gwen because he has to look bot lane constantly.
Husky Rider coming in, big chunk down onto the Syndra. Double knockout with the Cyclone. The Scatter a Week is not going to be able to push the Monkey King away, and Beerless looking for a return kill coming through onto the Wukong, but isn't going to be able to get it. Husky Rider getting away, and in the bot lane, P-God getting a kill on the dive. Smekla being focused down, a double beautifully executed. Yes, you give one over, but it's 4 kills for YNZ across the map.
Just so much aggression out of this team. They love to fight constantly. We're looking mid lane and there's a dive going on bot side. If we look bot side, there's a dive going on mid lane. Turrets are just a mere suggestion for Yenomiza. They don't really care if you're sat under your turret. I think they'd still go for the dive even if you're sat under your Nexus, to be honest. Interestingly, 9.5 minutes into this game, and the Drake has not even been looked at by anybody. It's just blood that Yenomiza are out for.
Well, this is the thing. A few seasons back, Dragons gave gold, but they don't that anymore. So why do you want to play towards them? And hey, it's working out for Yenomiza, right? We're just about 10 minutes in, and they've built themselves up a 2,500 gold lead. Husky Rider very, very accelerated. That hook going millimeters wide from Burke as he's once again looking for another play. Finally, we're getting a bit of attention going down towards these Drakes, and it's KTU that have started up. Husky Rider moving over there, but he's actually getting engaged onto the CC, going to be locked down as here comes the Scion. Wukong running away, but not able to get over the wall in time. A shutdown for Rimtulus. That's his first kill of the game, and it's going to be the first objective of the game going in favor of KTU. Hook. Not going to result in anything more.
Just for fun, why not? As all teleport is going to be able to go through. Loha stopped from just trying to take this turret, as P-God needs to be careful here.
Well, maybe the Brawl needs to be careful instead. The exhaust is going to reduce some of that damage. The kill not going to come through as the stun does come out in the end. Forced to flash away on the Xayah. Shutdown going over to Beerless, and Mid-Lucker coming through with a little bit of CC. The knock-up landing, but Burkus, very good job buffering that hook to get away. Just a single kill for KTU.
High aggression in the top lane. Solo kill!
That's big.
That's
what it's all
huge.
about.
That's going to be most of this turret taking damage as well. Fortunately, only a small wave left for Aloha, otherwise that would have been a full turret.
Wait, Truthie is dead as well.
Yeah.
Yenomiza
are getting kills even when we're not looking.
Close your eyes and the kill still just goes up. And KTU, as well as they've been playing, it feels like they're not quite able to keep up with this tempo.
This is exactly how Yenomiza got themselves a 3rd place last time around, simply by out-tempoing their opponents. If you don't get to breathe, you don't get to think, most of these teams are not good enough to be able to keep up with that pure, relentless pace. Sure, a couple of teams were able to, that's why they only ended 3rd, but you have to be such a good team with so much coordination between every single member to be able to make that work.
P-God.
Oh boy.
You shouldn't be here, okay? You're going to use the feathers. Flyer's going to be able to get a fair chunk of damage down onto Smackler, but they dodge away from the feathers just well enough that they escape with about 100 HP. Okay, now I wasn't sure that the Zai was going to be able to 1v3. He very nearly did.
Nearly managing to pick up a kill, but not quite. And you can see there is plenty of coordination out of KTU. They're not being fully outrun by Yenomizza, but it just doesn't stop. That pressure doesn't let up at any one point. We had plenty of lull states last time around. This time, we get solo kills every single second.
I'll give you an 8 out of 10 for that one, Block. Timing a little bit off. Yeah, it was good enough though. But I think this top lane is the real thing that is separating the two teams right now, because they've been going blow to blow around the mid lane, blow to blow on the bottom side. But Elohar has been able to build up a very significant lead in the top lane. Rimtulus needs to be careful, but with Billis around, with Trufier here as well, the Syndra shouldn't be under too much threat.
Should not be. Fresh Killer just going to keep putting this pressure down. Burkers a bit more establishing dominance, but not trying to get too much done right here. And this is a second of downtime. Don't expect it to last for too long. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. We've got ourselves another Rift Herald spawning pretty soon. And so we might just witness P-God get ganked again.
Yeah, I mean, this time doesn't have the ult, and I think it's going to be a lot less close. Smeko getting another kill, and actually, this Jinx is now at 5 kills. That's something that Yenomizza are going to need to start respecting.
There you are. The only good thing is the P-God isn't really worth much gold at this point.
Oh, we're getting another fight,
so
we're getting
nice.
another kill from Fresh Killer. 4th death for Rimtulus, and Trufier with the Ignite ticking on top of him is going to try and run towards his tower, but Husky Rider is there. He's going to be donated his 4th kill of the game. Threats coming from absolutely everywhere.
Every single moment, and that was such a nice play out of Burkers, hooking the blocking Trufa out of the way, meaning that the kill was able to just nicely be landed onto Rimless. And every single member of Yenomizza is finding ways to be aggressive. Sure, P-God keeps getting killed, but he still almost gets kills every single time.
Well, I mean, Elo has just got another one.
Yep.
I had heard Midlucker going for the ult on the map and didn't end up working out for him. What do you do now if you're KTU? Because this gold lead is building up more and more for Yenomizza, and like we were saying, it feels like they're getting outpaced.
They really are, and I don't know where you play through. Sure, like you said, your Jinx is pretty strong at the moment, but now has no flash, which is a terrifying position to be in.
KTU are still going to go for a play. Trufier maybe a little bit aggressive, but is able to jump back to one of his allies. You see the Kraken Slayer already in inventory for Smackler, can dish out a fair bit of damage, but this is another tower going down in favor of Yenomizza. That's their second one of the game, but KTU are setting up for a play. Burks is going to be caught out. The Cyclone exhausted, so not going to be doing as much damage. P-God, though, completely untouched and able to rain down damage onto Byleth. That's a second kill in the team fight for the Xayah, and Smackler is going to be falling down as well. A triple for the AD carry from YNZ. And Rimtulus, you're just dead, buddy. A rampage kill for Elohar, moving that lead across the map and getting even more with it.
Managing to find more and more pressure, and it's just a sad, slow push up in the top lane. You're going to lose another turret as well. This Drake has just spawned, so plenty of time to reset, run back down, take it if you want it, but Husky Rider's gone topside. He doesn't even particularly care.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like the Drakes are really going to be a factor in this game, because at the pace it's being played with YNZ, a 9,000 gold lead, it doesn't really matter. Elohar can just take this one up solo, and yes, the Monkey may be able to come down, get a smite on it, and just get that assist to his name, but fundamentally, the game feels like it's being played outside of these Drakes really being relevant.
It really is. Even around the Rift Herald, say, it's not been a main focus. It's just kills, kills, kills. This is the way that Yenomizza like to play. I am so happy that this team has not changed up their style between the 2 years. Clearly, it still works well enough to get you into the tournament from Turkey. And why not when it has such great success on the international stage too? KTU getting outpaced. They're still fighting back, but they are currently down by about 8k gold. It is a massive difference.
Burkus just chucking out the depth charge whenever he finds anyone in range because he knows the rest of his team are going to be there to pick up the kills. Fresh killer with another one. A double kill for the Zoe. He's going from bad to worse for KTU. Midlucker is going to be falling once again in a solo kill in the top side. And honestly, Black Block said this is getting kind of brutal at this point.
I've seen this before, but oh no.
How on earth does that bubble land?
No.
Grimulus is going to be asking that question from the graves. It's another kill. It's another tower. 23 kills at 17 minutes. Domination. There are another words for it.
Hey, I mean, I know that you're here watching University Esports, but there's another big League of Legends tournament happening at the moment, and we've seen some similarly dominant performances, and that's the closest I have to this. Obviously, different style. Korea plays much different to this Turkish squad, but the level of domination, 17.5 minutes into the game, it is a little reminiscent of what I've seen previously.
And we've got to remember that the winner of this match is going to play against either LUL or KIT for a chance to qualify into the playoffs. And if YNZ can continue this pace into that game, because realistically, there shouldn't be a way that they lose, I'm really excited for what we're going to have.
I really am too. It will be fascinating to see, because we saw LUL and they played a pretty aggressive style too. And so it would match up very interestingly into the Enomizla, whereas KSC White, they love to play a lot more calm, collected, slowly. Can they find a way to make that style work versus the absolute chaos monsters that are Enomizla?
The hand check gods on the Rift. No structures remain outside of KTU's base. The map is looking barren, the map is looking bare. Baron isn't even on the Rift. Rift Herald will be the prize that YNZ will settle for with all of this pressure. But honestly, Bloxer, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a dancing Shelly to end this game.
Quite possibly. It's only going to take one or two big team fights. The only saving grace right now for KTU is that death timers are pretty short because you're only 19 minutes into the game. Ufia needs to be so careful. Do not step into that top side of the jungle. You will die. You can see a lot of pressure going down towards Aloha. Is he going to be able to survive?
1v4, how does the Gwen feel about this? The highest level on the Rift as it stands, but the CC will be inevitable. Immunity is going to be buying a little bit of time. The root coming down, the Cockrate healing so much. How the hell have the Aloha just done that? A triple kill for the Gwen. They skip and slash away. Rimulus will flash forward for the kills. But YNZ's top laner has just completely smurfed on KTU. The base is going to be opened up, and I'm not sure if those death timers are short enough, Bloxer.
Hey, you said dancing Shelly, I agreed, but I didn't think that this was going to be the way we got it. One more charge comes out of this Shelly. We will see it unless somebody on KTU can kill the Rift Herald.
Doesn't seem likely the respawns are going to come through. YNZ still playing out this team fight. That's a big route coming through from P-God, but Shelly will get the charge. She'll do her dance, and YNZ are through to the next round.
I introduced Enomizla with what the... And that is the way that they play. I love this team. I love the way that they give us League of Legends at just breakneck pace. There is not a second to breathe. I'm trying to put some analysis in. No. It's just you. It's when Enomizla play, you only need a play-by-play. There is nothing but action, and it's so much fun to watch. KTU are not a bad team, but they are a standard team. They play standard League of Legends, which, unless you play it to perfection, you just get run over by the way that Enomizla play.
And I think it's the fact that it was never just one play being made. It's like, okay, we're applying pressure, we're winning here, we're going to be winning on the other side of the map. We're engaging as 4, okay, Elohaz getting a solo kill. We're engaging as 3, okay, Elohaz getting a solo kill. We're engaging as 2. Elohaz getting a solo kill, and then right at the end to cap it off, felt like every single member of KTU gunning for the Gwen on side, but she turns it around, slips them in half, getting that triple kill to end the game. I think if there was going to be any player on this Yeno Mesler side that we're going to call MVP, it has to be that man in the top lane.
That's also quite scary, because Aloha was the one of two members I hadn't seen before from this team. And the fact that they managed to do that is terrifying. The way that this works, obviously, is these are university students. Now, for us to have not seen Aloha before means that it's likely that this is a freshman who's just joined and is ready to just gun it for the next 3 to 4 years, which is terrifying as anybody else in Turkey. I want to see more of this squad. They are now putting themselves in the position where you win the next game, you are through into the playoffs. I want to see them in the playoffs. Oh yeah. Just need to see who the next game is going to be. Is it going to be LUL, or has KSC White managed to get themselves into this next matchup? Because either way, I'm excited to watch more Yeno Mesler.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to lie. If I'm there, like, head of the Esports Society, I'm like, yo, how do you feel about doing a PhD or something? Like, how do you just transfer to medicine, maybe spend like, you could go into postgraduate stuff. Like, there are many options here. I want this guy on my League of Legends team for as long as possible, because when you've got hands like that, why wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. You better be studying for the rest of your life, buddy. Unless, obviously, we see him on a actual professional roster, because I can think of quite a few Div 2 rosters, at least in the UK, who would have liked something like that.
Absolutely. But I feel like with this praise that we've given to Eloha, maybe we're forgetting how well the rest of YNZ actually play. I think Husky Killer and Burkus especially, that jungle support, I didn't even call it synergy, because it just felt like they were going for plays whenever, and they knew that they were good enough with their hands to make them work regardless of the situation.
The communication that this style requires is incredible. Obviously, Aloha off getting a solo kill, that doesn't require too much communication, but just to be able to walk through the jungle, see that there's somebody there, just hook them. Know that the rest of your team is going to be there to follow up. It requires a ton of trust and belief in the rest of your teammates, and if they don't come follow up, you just die. And we saw that 1 or 2 times where, somebody was caught a little bit out of position, but for the most part, as soon as anybody went in, they had multiple members there to be able to back them up. Husky, great play. Wukong was ruined for me as a champion last year in this tournament. He was picked when it was not good. However, this time around, it's a little bit of a bomb on how much I dislike him, because it was so well played. Chill out throughout the early game. Once you hit level 6 and you have got that Cyclone, just fight. There were moments where it looked like everybody on Yeno Mesler was so low health, oh, it's going to go badly, and they just kept going forwards. They did not allow themselves to turn tail and run any real moment.
Yeah, never give up, never surrender. And yeah, I think we've got a graphic of that MVP. What a performance coming out from Eloha. Really just incredible stuff from this guy. And I want to see him on Gwen again, but I don't feel like there's any other team in the tournament that wants that.
Yeah, maybe don't give this man Gwen. If you want to win, I mean, if you want to get your butts handed to you, then maybe, that's fine. But if not, definitely do not give over this Gwen, especially not into a tanky matchup. The fact that the solo kills started so early, the first one was at like 6 minutes on a tower dive. It's just such incredibly impressive performance. You can see just the amount of gold that these players at the top level, these MVPs, are getting for themselves per minute. It's everything that you really want to keep yourself in a very strong position. And it was just constant pressure. Didn't need to join for the team fights, because on the split push, if you constantly are having to send somebody to their death to try deal with this Gwen, then what else are you meant to do when it comes to the rest of the team fight?
It just an absolute meat grinder. And I think I do want to give some credit to KTU, because if I think that they were playing against a team that weren't quite the skill level of Yeno Mesler, there are angles there. I think Beerus had some really excellent focus towards that bot lane, and Smekler was getting to that point on the Jinx where you thought maybe there was a chance, but as soon as he interact with the Gren, it all started to go very badly, very, very quickly. We are going to be jumping to a break now, but stick around. The next match coming up in a few minutes.
Look. Okay. Hold up. Yeah. I'm chasing a bag, I'm racing the clock. Look at them block, watching them flop. Used to see this in my sleep when I ain't had put my thoughts in the car. I really was lost. Now I'm public with the soundscapes. Floss, I'm really pulling strings for the pound cake. I see you went for a puppet in the clown face for a little wage. The talk of the town is late. Still me, I never switch sides. Came a long way with the gas tank running on fumes. Wonder why you full on the envy. When it's all love, when I fall through with the young bulls, getting niggas a kidney, but you ain't mob, you a op. Must be lost in the sauce. Been here for the art and the jump start. Wanted this a small pack the lunchbox with the Kool-Aid jammers. And I'm still throwing tantrum. I'm set to roam around the planet where they know the songs and they chant them. The vision turned into fruition. I'm really liking how it's panning. They call me collector, you thought I planned it. Been crazy, then it fell into place. Now everything's stable. I'm all in on the table. You selling that fable, we know that it's made up. We know what you made of. I do better offline, yeah. I've been calling to a guy. I'm in tune with the signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do fine. Moon landed with the elevation. Armstrong with the levitation. My third eye needed calibration. That was heat rock when I notated. I've been going crazy. Stone face when I kill beat, leaving no trace on location. Premeditated, ayy. Can't even be still for like more than a minute. The way that they play out, I don't wanna miss. I don't know part of this shit. Feel like I'm deep in the plot of a flick, and I'm the star of this shit. And I've been playing my part since back when we started this shit. Feeling charged, got a little coin on me, and I sauce with the nits. I'm a boss, I'm a prick. With the cold showed up in the road doja in the fourth quarter, no assist. And the form's hella crisp. I'm the calm in a storm. I took my own struggle when I flipped it. And the hustle been legitimate. It's so many blessings, I might be allergic. How I move, they treating the sound like I'm stirring. I'm working the pot till it's firm. I serve like Serena, do it the cleanest. You not on my wave, you can handle the current. Nah, that's just a teaser, yeah. I'ma be me, take it or leave it. I do better offline, yeah. I've been calling to a guy. I'm in tune with the signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do fine.
NY to LA with it. NY to LA with it. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tinted. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash, and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we ride. Going pro, no lead. Make it easy like 1, 2, 3. Go, go, on 3, 2, 1. I fly till you can't see me. Swish, yeah. Ballin', from the first whistle we go all in. And one, call it. Numbers up and never falling. Feel like I hit the lottery, I'm proud of me, yeah. No baby proud of me, so I throw pride away. She know I stuck to the plan and I stayed out the way. Now we're spending no money, never touching the bank. Just from me the game and I'ma get it done. Don't do it for fame, do it for the ones. Ace with cigar, my damage, my lungs. Wife, you want to drive, she get what she want. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tinted. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash, and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we ride. Going pro, no lead. Make take it easy like 1, 2, 3. Go, go, on 3, 2, 1. I fly till you can't see me. Swish, yeah. Ballin', from the first whistle we go all in. And one, callin'. Numbers up and never falling. My baby called me and said she need to stay. Be for real, 25 the other type of kid. Stop playing with me, you know that you here to stay. Stop playing with me, I'll be back home in 8. Know I'm on the go, but I'm not over you. Made you far from home, but I'm so close to you. Gotta get that back like I'm supposed to do. Had to rush that re-up cause I'm overdue. I like getting money, I got time to get it. Target on me, so my car's a tenant. Dancing with the devil, I don't bargain with it. Bobbing in the dash and the stick is with it. And I hit the 4-5 on the west side. But I'm from the east side, this how we slide. This how we ride, yeah, yeah, this how we.
I am a woman, not here to please you. It's time to move on, cause my time is now. I am a woman, play by my own rules. I got my 2 feet on solid ground. And then I take the first step, a million more. And I make mistakes I never made before. But either way, I know I made up my mind. I'm through feeling scared, I'm leaving all that behind. So I'm gonna let it shine on you. Make room for everything that's true. Do whatever I wanna do. And then I let it shine.
Hello there, everybody. Can we do that again? We'll do that again. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters last chance qualifier. The reason that I can't get my words out, Bloxer, is because I'm so excited for the match that we have got ahead of us. Not only is this a qualification game with the winner making their way all the way to the playoffs, but the two teams that are going to be hitting the rift, a little bit special, aren't they?
Oh, they really are. If you'd watched last year, if you've watched in previous years, UNIVERSITY, KSC White haven't interacted before, but by God do we know them. KSC White, they have won 2 UEMs on the bounce. Last year, they got knocked out in the qualifiers by AGH, by one of those German squads, and oh boy, it's such a hype matchup between these two. And Amizla, we just watched them. If you didn't know them before, you certainly do now, because they just like to go and then keep going and really not stop at any point.
Yeah, they kind of dismantled KTU, and it wasn't in a methodical manner. It was with a hammer, just smacking down on them absolutely continuously. But KIT, it's not a team that traditionally you've been able to do that against. This is a very reliable squad. There are some great players in there, and I think the focus, for me at least, has to be towards that top lane. Eloha had an immaculate performance on the Gwen in the previous game, but this time around, he's going up against Gentleman Hero, a genuine ERL talent that has done wonderful things both in the university scene and in the Prime League Div 2.
It's not like Gentleman Hero. Sorry. It's not like Gentleman Hero is just sort of like popped up onto the scene. We've seen him before. He's won 2 of these competitions before previously. He's incredibly strong. And both of these top laners like to get themselves solo kills. And so this top lane should be absolutely explosive. To be honest, I don't really know where else we're going to watch. I mean, sure, the bot lane might do some things. And I mean, junglers are interesting and stuff. But like, nah, I want to be watching the solo kills up in this top lane. Now, we've said that, it's definitely going to be an Ornn versus Malphite slap snooze fest, but we can hope. Interestingly... Sorry, go on.
I'm just going to say, if that happens, I'm just disappointed. I'll cast the game, but I won't be happy about it, you know?
It would just be sad, not when these two are just so good between them. Interestingly, Turkey have decided to pick themselves up the blue side, which we were not particularly expecting because that counter-pick top lane was so good for them in the previous game.
Yeah, and obviously when you are going up against a player of the quality of Gentleman Hero, that counterpick can be very, very valuable as well. But there are some great players on the KIT side as well. Striker, Redeemed, both exceptional within their roles. And so YNZ perhaps just going, we need to get as many power picks as we can on the blue side, because if we give over those strong meta champions to these guys, they know how to use them and they can really put some pain down.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. And we will see between all of these teams who can really just put together the most coherent roster, because sure, hands check is going to be quite a big thing between both of these, but also just have to be able to play around each other. We saw how good it was between Burkus and Husky Rider. See, only the Wukong actually something banned out from the previous game. I'm not sure if Kit know what we saw previously out of Yenomizla. If they let over that Gwen, I'm pretty worried. Looks like P-God is going to get himself this Xayah once again. It was used to great effect, but you know it was a good game out of Yenomizla when P-God wasn't particularly the focus.
Yeah, and whilst it was a strong game out of him, there were a few oversips, there were a few needless deaths, and when you are playing against someone like Striker, who Yenomizla very clearly respect with those 3 jungle focus bans, he is the sort of player that can take advantage of one of those plays, and Kit as a team can snowball off of something like that.
Yeah, they really can. There's, oh boy. Well, we know this matchup. We kind of know how it goes as well. The Xayah's come out on top both of the times that we've seen it, despite the fact that Jinx picks up a lot of kills. This champion was hit with a little nerf recently, so it's not quite as strong as it was previously. And it's not really finding that impact during these games. Sure, you're getting a good couple of kills, but you're not really turning that into big team fights. See if Matthew's able to change the fortunes of this champion. If any somebody's going to be able to do it, I wouldn't be surprised if it's him.
Yeah, it just feels like Jinx hasn't been able to survive a lot of the time, has been focused out, and drafting something like an Amumu, you are instantly going, we're not too concerned with protecting our backline, we're going to be going forward, locking down multiple members of the enemy team, and if Matthew can rain rockets on them, get a reset, then the Jinx will be much more enabled.
Really will be. Now, this would be a fascinating pick right here. Trundle, not something we've seen, I'd say, for the past, like, 6-7 months. It always is floating in the background of the jungle, but this is a lot more standard at the moment. Maokai, it gives you a ton of priority during these team fights. That twisted advance with those trees, just able to snag everybody up. Interesting to see if it is going to be a pickup for Burkus right here. It could technically also be a Maokai either into the top lane or into the support, so a good flex out of this pick.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the few champions in League of Legends that can just completely shut off an objective fight. Right? Yeah. There are so many ultimates that you chuck them down, and whilst they can buy a little bit of space, the team can maneuver around them and get away from them. That Nature's Grasp is so wide that if that's thrown down around a Baron, around a Dragon, you just have to get out of there and then look for the re-engage. The Rakan paired up with the Xayah is going to be a great bot lane duo and is going to augment YNZ's ability to find those engagements. But the Fiora is a classic gentleman hero picked. Going to be blind into the top lane. I wouldn't be surprised if KIT also ban out a couple of top laners themselves to try and get the best matchup possible for their gentleman hero.
I mean, we said it at the top of the day that the Fiora was one of those picks that every single top laner had been practicing a lot of. Not sure why it was allowed through, to be honest. Like you said, it's such a premier pick for Gentleman Hero and such a great pick in the meta at the moment too. Kennen going to be taken off the board. You're going to want to get rid of a lot of those ranged matchups that Fiora can struggle a little bit into. Maybe a Jace ban too could make a lot of sense.
Already seen
it's
it.
going to be fascinating. Oh, sorry, yes, we've already seen it, of course. So you kind of knew, I guess, that the Fiora was the pickup that was wanted, and fascinating to see it being taken this early on in the draft because you have that counter pick. We kind of thought the counter pick would go towards the top side, instead taking it pre-round 1.
Yeah, but this is also the other angle that you can go for, right? You take the power pick and then you try and secure the matchup with the bans. And I'm going to be honest, Gentleman Hero, the sort of player that is probably going to back himself in a lot of these situations, so doesn't maybe necessarily feel that he needs that many resources. So I like the GP ban as well. Another one of these strong scaling champions that can deal with the Fiora once we get later into the game. But YNZ focusing their bans around pick-focused champions in the mid lane with the Ahri and the Sylas taken off the board.
You can see where the priority for Yenomizla is. They do not want to be getting run through by redeemed. Makes a lot of sense. This guy is incredibly strong, but I think you could say that about every single member on both of these teams. These are some of the best picks. If you wanted to see who was going to get through the last chance qualifier, I think both of these teams making it out is a decent bet. Lark's going to be the pickup here. Okay, that's not one that we usually see, and that does then leave that counter pick to the jungle.
Yeah.
You don't see counterpick jungle very often at all.
Yeah, not really. I mean, you can still move a few of these pieces around. Striker could be playing that Amumu in the jungle for all we know. This could be a Lux mid for Redeem. So KIT here on the red side, not really revealing too much. Are going to be able to have that R5 pick to really round out a lot of their draft. The Cassante, not a pure carry in the same sense as something like the Gwen, but can absolutely go for solo kills, and it's something that Elohar can use his mechanical prowess on to try and leverage a matchup.
I've seen so many Cassantes manage to carry games anyway. When you use that all-out, can just drag somebody in. It makes it incredibly difficult to actually just play around any of these team fights. You think you've gotten away, you're dragged back in. Fresh Killer just going to pick up the signature Zoe again. Why not? It's a great matchup into kind of whatever you get put in the mid lane. This would be fascinating. If that is the pickup, it would be in a Amumu jungle. Lux down in the support role, and okay, Kit. They've decided they're really going to take the fight to this Turkish squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got so much backline access right here that the Amumu and the Yone can provide that pretty easily with their ultimates, but also the range that the Jinx and the Lux can play at is going to be really difficult for Fresh Killer and P-God to deal with. So for YNZ, they kind of need to be getting into these fights as quick as they can, because if they let KIT decide how the engagement looks, if they let KIT sort of decide the terms of the fight, then they're going to be in a very, very rough spot.
They really are, and so this matchup, the best teams, I think, in this last chance qualifier, Yenomizla, KFC White, so much power between these two squads, and such different reads on what's good at the moment. You know, it's plenty aggressive for both of these squads, And it's a really interesting way of looking at scaling, because Zoe scales pretty good, but your Zyra Khan, that wants early priority. Over on the other side, Jinx, sure, that's a much more late game pickup, but alongside that Lux, I mean, you're all about that early game bullying of your opponents.
Yeah, I think the risk that KIT could have for themselves is that Amumu is not necessarily the greatest defensive tank, and if you end up in a position where you can't play at range and you can't keep playing to your arm's reach, then you do fall into a rough spot, and that's where the Maokai, that's why the Rakan are going to be finding so much value around these objectives.
Like you said, the ability to just shut down an objective, hey, you don't get to fight us here. Sure, last game we didn't actually see much priority onto the Drakes, but it makes it very easy for Yenomiza to pick them up. Hey, you don't get to step here, and now you've got yourself a nice quick Drake. It's a very easy way of playing the game, but I don't think this game is going to be particularly easy for either of these teams.
Not at all, as we are jumping onto the Rift. The winner here guarantees themselves a spot in the playoffs. The loser will head down to the lower bracket for a second bite at the apple, a second chance to make it there. The level ones haven't been too crazy today, Black Bloxer.
They really haven't been. Everybody just liking to get into that 5-point stance, stop anything from going down. There's been a couple of wards onto camps, you know, just check where the opposition jungler is, but nothing too intense, and I can understand it. Last chance qualify. It's in the name. It is your last chance to be able to get a good result in this tournament. There are thousands of euros worth of prize money on the line. You don't want to throw it all away in the first 1 minute of the game.
And considering the sort of pedigree of both of these teams, there's a little bit of like, we kind of shouldn't be here almost. Yes, Yen and Wismar did make that run from the lower bracket last year, but themselves and Kit are teams of the caliber that you'd expect them to go straight through into those playoffs in the initial qualification bracket. But they find themselves here. They find themselves with one last chance to make it through. Striker going to be starting on these Raptors, and Husky Rider also on the top side of the map.
Yeah, everybody is going to be working their way down towards this bottom side of the map, and it makes sense because Aloha and Gentleman Hero, they don't really want the junglers getting involved. Oh, instant!
Marcus flashing on top of Kaibe! What an engage at the level 1! P-God is going to pick up first blood!
Oh, Yenomiza, they want to get it started right now, pre-2 minutes, and there's already a kill into the back pocket of P-God.
Matthew needs to be careful, knocked up. He's just going to be able to walk it out of there, doesn't have to expend the flash. But we were talking about aggression coming out from the Turkish squad. They are showing it early on in this game.
This is exactly the way that Yenomiza play. You do not get to breathe. And we said that Kit should be one of those teams who are able to play well enough to be able to survive such aggression, but not necessarily all throughout the map, and clearly not in the bot lane. The fact that you have already killed Cube, it means that all of a sudden your bot lane's been pushed in. They already get a reset out of P-God and Burkers. They get to come back with double longsword.
Ooh,
so
another
strong.
play in the mid lane. Redeemed is getting pretty low, but Striker is there. He's going to be able to land the stun into the knockup. Redeemed gets out with around about 50 HP and a kill to his name.
See, Kit, they're not going to roll over. KTU, they tried their best to fight a couple of fights, but it wasn't working out. Striker looking up into the top lane as well. Loha pretty low.
Yeah, around about 40% HP here on the Cassante. Doesn't have the flash either. The bandage toss is absolutely perfect. Striker is going to have another one of those in a few seconds. Ilohar able to dash away, getting the shield, and the second skill shot not quite connecting, so Striker not able to get a play. But once more, a play in the bottom lane, and Cube once more being the victim. Husky Rider is going to be able to provide a little bit of CC and takes the kill for himself. 3 minutes in, 3 kills on the board.
Instant response right here. You get a kill bot lane. Okay, we'll get your kill mid lane. Oh, and then we'll get a kill back bot lane. Top lane is still getting high feet. Aloha seems to just want to keep going in, despite the fact he's very low on both HP and mana.
He's got a level advantage onto Gentleman Hero, though, and the Cassante has a surprising amount of damage if you are not careful. The riposte coming through. Ilohar missing on that CC, and Husky Rider, Fresh Killer, and the crew moving into this bottom side jungle. Kebe has to be careful, does get the root down, but Trinity Bubble is going to be landing onto Striker, and YNZ, they are showing no fear in this game. Gentleman Hero getting a solo kill in the top lane.
Pressure down towards the bot side, and like I said, it's constantly being returned. Gentleman Hero manages to pick that one up. Is going to be return killed, though, so clearly a dive up in the top lane. And, yeah, this is about what I expected. You could see just how much damage as well Fresh Killer dealt onto Striker. This is a Zoe with no real damage abilities at all, and still able to deal that much. The amount of vision, too, constantly being placed down throughout this bot side jungle. 3-4 wards just in sort of a 10-foot square area. You just got to be so careful, because there could be a Husky Rider coming out of any bush. Striker also going to come flying in. Everybody's scared. That's the way that we're seeing a lot of these bot lanes play. Just a little bit worried that a jungler's going to come get involved, or that they're going to get solo killed by their opposition.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that fear, but it's also fearless play coming out from both teams, right? Going, actually, we are good enough to go for these checks in the early game. But as it stands, it's YNZ who have got a little bit more gold in their back pocket. A lot of that focused onto P-God.
You can see just how much gold this man is going to have already. He's up by a decent chunk of CS at this point, and the amount of items he has, well on his way to being able to complete that first item. Interesting to see what it will be. I mean, you kind of want to be getting a Kraken Slayer just to be able to deal maximum damage, but maybe with the amount of aggression and CC that can come out from Kit, the Gale Force might make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, Zai's a pretty safe champion. You kind of got 3 things just loading into the game that grant you all that safety, in the Flash, the Cleanse, and the ultimate that you get at level 6. But you're going to need a 4th, to be honest, because the amount of access that Kit have means that all of this gold on an AD carry can be very, very vulnerable. It can be very, very tenuous.
It can be. You have got to be just careful, you know, don't get too aggressive. Just lay down that support level of damage, because Fresh Killer's going to be popping people, because Aloha's going to be able to deal plenty too. Striker is around, wants to get involved in this Drake, but see right here, plenty of gatekeeping.
Burkus once more with a flash at ground entrance. They are jumping directly on top of the Mumu. The blast plant taken away. And it's going to be another kill going over to YNZ, a second of the game for P-God. And they have really come to play. They are showing up in this qualification match.
Really are perfectly happy to just get aggressive constantly. Going to pick themselves up this early Drake, which is not something we saw in the previous game out of Yenomiza. They didn't particularly want to be getting the early Drake. Gentleman Hero taking tower damage.
Taking tower shots, taken down by Eloha. And the man who popped off on the Gwen in the previous game is doing similar things on the Cassante this time around.
And we can see right here, it's already about a 1k gold lead, which at 7 minutes into the game is quite a lot, actually. Getting a solo kill up in the top lane is ridiculous, because you picked that Fiora blind way early. The Cassante is a great matchup into it, and just wonder why Gentleman Hero didn't want the counter pick, clearly feeling pretty confident about himself, and Aloha might be putting him in his place.
Yeah, and we questioned whether YNZ will be able to continue to play this aggressive style against a team that has the pedigree and the talent of KIT, but they are absolutely doing it. Matthew has nowhere to go. Biblical amounts of damage dropped on him. P-God on a killing spree. Kits, they need to find something. They need to find it fast, otherwise they are falling out of this game.
This is bullying. Bot lane was not the main focus in the previous game for Yenomiza. It was all about the top lane, all about the mid lane. Husky Rider and Burkus kind of abandoned P-Gods to just absorb as much farm as possible. This time around, we're showing off the fact that actually they can play through every single lane.
Fresh Killer flashing away. He's still going to get hit by that Fate still into the bandage toss as well. The Zoe drops down for the second time this game. So KIT finding some kills onto their mid laner on Redeemed. They are going to need those if they're going to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's actually Fresh Killer who's having the worst time of it on the team, making up the majority of deaths, and it's not a great look, but we still know that the Zoe will be able to deal massive amounts of just artillery damage. Just needs to sit far away, land some Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, be that initial engage, and then lay down some burst damage. The rest of the map should be able to make the most of that. Once again, Burkus Husky Rider working as a tandem in order to pick themselves up this Herald, starting it up right here, although Striker is in the opposition jungle right now.
And he does have access to the Curse of the Sad Mummy now, so if you can find a play around this Herald, that would be big for KIT, but as it stands, he's not moving over just yet. We're starting to see the rotations coming through now. Sleep is going to land onto the Yone, preventing him from really getting into the play. Striker's going to open up onto Husky Rider. His Gentleman Hero is dueling in the top side. Steal away on that Rift Herald, but Eloha with another solo kill onto Gentleman Hero. His jungler's going to fall down to redeem, so we have got some big carries coming out of these solo lanes.
We really do. Redeemed is going to be the main carry for Kit SC White, whereas Yenomiz are perfectly happy to be playing through this Cassante. And I've seen Cassantes win games single-handedly for their teams. The rest of the map's not going so well, but they are just so strong. As a champion, he looks like he's pretty low health, but he's never actually that close to death. Not once you get into those big team fights.
Well, he dies there. Which is quite unfortunate. He does get a shutdown going through onto Striker, but we also saw off our screen there that P-God was getting a solo kill down onto Matthew, and with that Gale Force, you can play much more aggressively. It's barely even 10 minutes, and this tower has almost disappeared.
Hey, we usually use a benchmark of a kill a minute is a pretty intense game. We're making our way towards 2 kills a minute at this point in the game. We're at 13 right now, only 10 minutes into the game. Turrets are already losing the majority of their plates, and Matthew might be about to lose his life.
Burkus is going to be starting up the tank, opening up with the Ignite, getting the knock up, and P-God is unstoppable. Oof. Yeah, the Rakan dies, but it's another kill for this Zai. It may well be first tower. And SKB is able to stop this. And the way that YNZ have changed their priorities in this game, it's not just about Eloha. You have got an AD carry who is absolutely off to the races.
5-0-1. Gale Force already completed, which is so accelerated onto this map. 98 CS2, which compared to the 58, that's ridiculous. That is a huge difference between these two. 40 CS. 11 minutes into this game, and 5 full turret plates into his back pocket.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff, and you can see on the mini-map that P-God now moving into the mid lane still has just under 3 minutes to get even more plates for himself. And Redeemed for KIT is going to have to go massive in this game, because already it feels like he's recognizing who he needs to take down. The question is he going to be able to do it?
Well, Yone is one of those champions where if you land one of those gigantic Fate Sealed, you can make it work, but you would have to land it onto, I'd say, at least 4 members to be able to take them all out. I'm going to be really interested to see if Aloha decides to get involved in these team fights with everybody else, or if he's more interested in just sitting on the split push, because this champion can just get into the backline so easily and disrupt, stop the opposition from being able to just lay down damage. Aloha having to turn tail and bronze, Striker is a big issue to him at the moment.
Yeah, he's pretty much just been able to solo kill him. Eloha is going to be able to dive away, but he feeds a rampage kill over to Redeemed. More gold going onto this. Yone is feeling good for KIT.
See, the next Drake is spawned, though. Yenomiz are going to pick this one up for themselves as well. And so currently, when it comes to just pure objectives, definitely ahead for Yenomiz of this Turkish squad. Perfectly happy to be able to just pick up another Drake. But like you said, feeding a lot of gold into the back pocket of Redeemed. And on this champion, if you can make it work with a Yone, you can guarantee yourself at least a kill onto 1, if not 2 members.
Oh no. Matthew popping the cleanse, still going to get rooted, still going to get killed. Redeemed, hunting for more, but I think he might just beat a shutdown over. That one goes to P-God, massive for YNZ. That huge carry in the mid lane, take it off the board.
You're sat there hoping and praying that anybody other than P-God picks themselves up that shutdown directly into the worst person for it to be with. At this point, P-God is... I mean, can you deal with him? Can you kill a Xayah who's able to jump up into the ultimate and just avoid damage? They're on the wrong side of the map.
It's a question that maybe doesn't have an easy answer. Striker! Just about able to Hex get out of there, but Kyube not going to be as lucky. Who gets this one? Of course it's P-God. His 7th kill this game.
One more to Legendary.
Very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But it is so many of your eggs in one basket.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you look at the way that this game is going right now, and you're like, oh, Yenomiz are super far ahead. They're not. They're about 1k gold in the lead. It's not that far. It's just because Right now, P-God is so far ahead of his opposition. Probably all of that 1k is right in his matchup.
Oh, Gentleman Hero now being 1v2'd. Can lunge himself out of there. And actually, Fiora has now picked up the Divine Sun. A Fresh Killer in a 1v1 with Redeemed, who is 2 levels up on the Zoe. He's not going to be able to feed her the 3rd death of this game. Oh, goes wide from the Lux, but here comes Striker. The bandage toss connects, and it is another kill for the Amumu.
And there's Amumu also playing incredibly well. Striker's been all across the map, picking up kill after kill after kill, but P-God going to pick up another turret. This man has so much gold. He's already completed 2 full items at 40 minutes into the game. Could probably base and pick up a 3rd right now if he wants to. Once you've got that... Whoa, Gentleman Hero needs to just book it.
Yeah.
He's going to walk away, knows that something's up, smells it a little bit fishy. You're going to chuck another full turret into the back pocket of P-God? No, instead Aloha going to take this one. Gold being spread out a little bit more evenly.
Yeah, and I think this is what we saw from YNZ in the previous game that was really impressive. That time it was Eloha building that massive lead, but they don't let that lead get isolated. They move it around the map. They use the fact that they've got an extraordinarily strong carry to gain even more, and that's why Fresh Killer is kind of being left to the walls here. KIT will be able to get another kill going down onto Zoe, but you have to see what are YNZ doing on the other parts of the map. Eloha currently playing onto Gentleman Hero, and here comes the rest of the team as well. A level advantage for the Xanthi in the level 1, but the Fiora can still play it out decently with those vital procs. But when the Xayah, when the Rakan that turn up, it's not a grand duel anymore. It's a very, very unpleasant fist fight, and Eloha still gets the kill.
And gonna be able to pick up a little bit more gold. To this point, to be honest, P-God probably doesn't need any more. That is all 3 of the turret kills going to P-God for these outers. That is a ridiculous amount of gold. And what do you do? That's the question I just keep coming back to, because we've seen that Redeemed didn't manage to pick up a kill despite the fact it was under a turret when he came face to face with P-God. P-God really is living up to his name, absolutely godlike in this game. After what was a quiet game out of him in the previous one, the whole team firing on all cylinders for Yenomizla.
Oh, potential 1v1 up against the Yone. He's going to be flashing back away. The rest of his team are here to help him out. The feathers fly, a legendary kill. Gets his 8th in a row. Another one down onto the Redeemed! But Matthew, with a super mega death rocket from downtown, will finally take out the Xayah.
I was wondering if P-God was ever going to die, but it took 3 ultimates and Redeemed's life to be able to pick up that kill. What a snipe, to be fair, and Matthew really needed that. This Jinx not in a great position. However, like we've said previously, Jinx does scale better than this Xayah. If you're able to stall from this point onwards, the Jinx will come back into this game. Unfortunately, currently only sat at 1 item when your opposition is most of the way through a 4th.
Yeah, Block, so that is some good copium that you are huffing right now. As Gentleman Hero is also going to have to start huffing some of that if he wants to get out of this situation. Redeemed is going to be coming through with a load of damage. Getting the ult down onto 1, but he's still going to get knocked up himself. And YNC are just bringing more people to the party, and it's no fun for KIT. A double kill for Eloha, and they want even more. Striker actually going to be going in, getting a massive curse of the Sad Mummy to take out Husky Rider, and maybe there's a chance. Knockup's going to come through, and the Amumu a little bit isolated from the rest of his squad. Gets the shutdown onto Eloha regardless of flashes, getting himself away. KIT are still finding decent fights.
Actually, Striker, main carry right now. We thought that it was going to be Redeemed, but this Yone just doesn't have the tools right now to be able to. However, Yone already completed that Demonic, has got that Sunfire as well, and so able to just absorb plenty of damage, lay more than enough down himself as well. And the burn, that's the most important thing out of this Demonic. You just tick down slowly but surely. Doesn't even have a mythic at this point as well. Oh no.
It just goes over the wall, gets a kill for Fresh Killer. And I think that's the key thing.
Yeah.
Whilst the gold relatively even between these two squads, it's been YNZ that have been forcing the players, that have been making proactive movements, and they've got 3 Jakes for themselves. In 4.5 minutes, KIT are forced to fight for a soul.
The pace of the game. It is, to be fair, slightly slower than the previous one. At this point in the previous game, it was pretty much over. But still, just the accelerated pace that Yenomizla forces their opponents to play at. The fact that we might end up with a basically as quickly a soul as you are able to get. You have 5 minutes between the Drakes, 4 Drakes. You can only really get it done at about 25 minutes if you go as quickly as possible. Just ridiculous.
Oh, Kobe just wants to walk in his jungle. Matthew having to cleanse, flash away. Double sums off of the Jinx. Striker only getting one person with the ult, but it's P-God. That's the target that you need to be getting. Getting the banish shot down on him as well. And actually, once he's off the table, there's a lot less damage for YNZ. That's 2 kills for KIT as they will chase YNZ into the river. Burkus brand entrancing as an exit, and you can see there isn't really too much that YNZ can do in this situation. KIT, they know they've got the man advantage. They know they need to use it. Fresh Killer isolated
Get some CS
on the top side, just trying to kill a couple of minions, but he's going to fall himself. This game is far from over if KIT can keep finding fights like that.
That was a really nice fight. You could see the issue was that Fresh Killer and Husky just went up towards the top side of the map, tried to pick up a kill, ended up getting split. P-God goes down. This is going to be a Baron, nice and easy pick up for Kit.
20 minutes into the game and there is no response for YNZ. They can't steal away the objective. They go for the fight afterwards, but P-God gets exploded. It's Deicide being committed by KIT, and somehow in the last minute and a half, they've completely turned the game around.
Oh, it was looking so good for Yenomiza, but all of a sudden, P-God, after having only died once in the previous 15 minutes, dies twice in the span of just a couple. That's a Baron up push happening right now, and your main wave clear is dead.
And the gold is really starting to explode in KIT's favor. 4K to the good now. Another mid lane tower going to be focused down, redeemed, able to immune the sleep coming through. And YNZ, they tried to keep up this fast-paced. It looked good for them, but KIT have responded absolutely beautifully. And now we're in a position where that Drake spawning in 2 minutes isn't a death nail for KIT, it's a lifeline for Yenomizla. Gentleman Hero going to be caught out on the top side, but the Fiora's gotten to the point where she can just skate away from anything.
Really can, just incredibly quick at this point in the game. Those empowered recalls too, getting the reset through nice and quickly. 1 minute 30 on this Drake, and it was very close. About a 1k gold lead for Yenomiza. All of a sudden, they're down by 4k. Huge shutdowns coming through, and that's the kind of gold injection that Kit just needed for themselves. This squad, they know what to do with a lead, and all of a sudden, they find themselves with one.
Matthew is down almost 100 CS on the Jinx, but he was doing so much more damage in those fights because he could simply find access. Gentleman Hero going to be caught out on the top side by 5 members of YNZ, over-committing onto the Fiora to ensure its demise, and now searching for more towers.
All of a sudden, you can see these panic recalls coming through. Yeah, sure, they're against Baron empowered minions, but it doesn't matter, not when you put 5 members up towards the top side. Great, decisive plays out of Yenomiza. Sending that one through. Oh, Fresh Killer. He should be able to run this one away, but gonna not be getting back to base for quite a long time.
Oh, starting out for the engage. Matthew and Striker maybe a little bit caught out. The Roots going forward, the Jinx going into the air. Striker going in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy to try and prevent any damage going down from his AD carry, but he shall die himself, not before he's able to take out P-God, who's died once again. The Xayah hasn't been able to exist in these team fights, and Redeemed not quite able to chase down on to Burkus. This game, 20 kills to 19, Drake spawning in 15 seconds.
I asked, what can you do about this stronger Xayah? And the answer is just slow tick damage out of your Amumu. Just slowly but surely chip him down. Sure, though, you are now in a situation where you have no jungler and the Drake is spawned. It's a pretty risky position to be in. Question is, can Yenomiza step up when most of their gold is dead in P-God?
Husky Rider, he's got flash. He hasn't got flash. He can't get into the pit in time. Redeemed is going to go over the wall. And Gentleman Hero is the one to take away the Drake, deny the Hextech Soul from YNZ. I'm not going to lie, Bloxer. I thought that this game would be over by now, but it is so far from over.
And this is the way that Yenomiza lose. They barely ever lose an early game, but they have a couple of sloppy team fights during that middle stage of the game, and they're not used to being at this point in a matchup. By this point, usually they've already won the game, already going GG. Hell, welcome to the next round. Instead, all of a sudden, they're in uncharted territory versus a very good team. KSC White, they are one of our top champions for a reason. When this team is on, by God, do they play well, and right now they've managed to get their composition online, and a composition that scales incredibly well when compared to the opposition's.
Yeah, Striker's value in these team fights is going to be absolutely immense, locking down multiple members of the enemy team, and YNZ don't really have the range to play against KIT. That's what we were talking about in the sort of champion select. If Striker can get on top of these backliners, if Redeemed can get on top of these backliners, then KIT are going to have a wonderful time in the team fights, and that's what we've been seeing come to fruition. There's a Baron spawning in a minute and a half. If YNZ can get that, then maybe there's a chance. If they can get a kill onto Gentleman Hero, that's going to feel great as well.
That's a great pickup right there. P-God finally getting back into this game and actually being allowed to deal a little bit of damage. This Cassante really does have just so much health at this point. Going to be surviving for a very long time. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land right onto Striker. He's a pretty tanky boy at this point, though.
Just about getting out of there as another tower falls in the top side in favor of KIT. And I don't know if you've noticed this, Boxer, but over the past couple of minutes, the tempo has slowed a little bit. Both teams have kind of realized that actually, hold on, we could lose here, but we could also win.
They can feel the tension, something that beforehand, it was such a breakneck pace that I don't think anybody could stop and think about the fact that if you win this game, you are through into those playoffs. You're in the running for that €7,000 prize pool. If you lose here, it's not the end of the world, but everybody wants to make it through in the upper bracket. If you lose, you've got a ton more games to play if you want any chance of making it all the way through.
And I'm not gonna lie, Bloxer, I want my Saturday if I'm playing in these games. I don't want all of that stress of worrying about qualification. Husky Rinder, he has the ult. KIT cheating towards the Baron, which is spawning very, very soon, but YNZ moving in to try and wrest control.
Gentleman Hero down into the bottom side of the map does have a teleport. Somebody's going to have to go deal with him pretty soon, unless it's just straight pings onto the Baron. Going to try to get this teleport blown out of Gentleman Hero, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, there's so much DPS on the side of YNZ. P-God has 4 items. There's going to be a teleport coming through in from behind Striker. Not going to be able to get in the pit and steal away in time, but Gentleman Hero on the backline. The Amumu finally getting the curse to Sam Mommy off before he dies. Gentleman Hero not able to kill Fresh Killer as Elo Ha is on the backline, causing chaos. Redeemed completely whiffs on the ults. And YNZ, they get a Baron and they're going to get 3 kills as well. Elo Ha's gone way too deep. And he's going to fall down. Redeemed, maybe going to be able to make a hero play on the backside. He's going to take the Maokai all the way with him under the tower and shuts him down. Somehow the Yone is still alive as he pops into the Guardian Angel, but Thresh Killer is going to wake him up to a very, very nasty surprise as P-God once more regains his killing spree. And QB, the only one left alive. This Baron push is going to be devastating from YNZ.
40 seconds on Redeemed, a little bit less for the rest of the members who died earlier. Still going to be able to pick themselves up at least this inner turret. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stay, though, for this inhibitor. Decide not to, just take the win and walk it out. The early game, all the way on the side of Yenomizla. Kit managed to fight their way back into this game, but Yenomizla are wrestling control.
Keeps swinging back and forth. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Bloxer. I have no idea who is winning this game. It was KIT for not so long at all, really, in the grand scheme of things, as YNZ are back on the map, and in 30 seconds they're going to have another crack at that Hextech Soul.
Think about everything that has happened so far in this game, and then look at the fact that the gold is dead even. Everything that happens, and we're back to a dead even state once again. Gentleman Hero had to teleport into that fight, got there quite late, now does not have that teleport available, whereas Aloha does, so you have the potential for another flank prey. Gentleman Hero, he's too far out.
Oh, he's been caught out once again, and YNZ keep finding these picks onto the KIT top laner, and that was the worst possible time for you to die. KIT recognize this. They need to get onto this Drake. They need to deny the soul away from YNZ, and they are just about going to be able to do it, but can they take the fight after the fact? It doesn't look likely. Redeemed getting a massive ultimate into the backline, is somehow still alive, but it gets shut down by P-God, who gets a double kill for himself. His partner in crime, the Rakan, is going to die, but he's not going to care too much. A triple kill for the AD carry, and with the mid lane wide open, YNZ are going to run it down and end this game.
You can see the chase onto Cube, but that's not the main focus right now. Up into the mid lane, Baron empowered minions. Ace coming through, UNIVERSITY. It looked a little bit risky in the middle, but they managed to fight their way tooth and nail back into this game, and they will take themselves all the way through the last chance qualifier.
Nexus Tower #1 falling down. Gentleman Hero making a hero play. But he should not be so lucky. KIT will have another chance, but YNZ send them all the way to the Amazon European Masters playoffs.
What a game right there, P-God's early game, absolutely ridiculous. Later on into the game, you could see Husky Rider Aloha finding the stuns, the plays where it mattered. This team, man, they are so fun to watch.
And it was a completely different story from their last win. It wasn't all about Eloha as well as he played. It was P-God, the guy who was dying on repeat in the previous game while the rest of his team was winning it, showing up on the Xayah. He had those fumbles in the mid game, but coming through in that final team fight with the triple kill had to be.
Had to play it just as perfectly as possible. Those iffy moments during the mid-game, this team is not infallible, but they are fun. They like to play through every member, as we clearly saw, and I'm super excited that we're going to get to see them again during the playoffs. I think we might see this team go far once again. 3rd place last year, back in the hunt. There's 6 teams already qualified, 2 more, so 8 up into these playoffs. Not a lot of teams left, so going to be really hyped to get to see them once again. KSC White, though, that's not the last of them we've seen today. We're now going to move down to the lower bracket, and they showed why they're so good in a couple of flashes and moments. We said Gentleman Hero was someone to watch, and he was, but not for the right reasons.
It did feel like it was a couple of times he was overstepping on these side lanes and losing your Fiora before that final fight. Gotta say, it was pivotal, but I think the main takeaway here for KIT is this is absolutely still a team that can contest with the very best university teams in Europe, and everyone in the lower bracket needs to be scared of this final boss waiting for them at the end of that final qualification match.
Oh yeah, you have got to be just super scared of them. Plenty more games left to play, and because you make it all the way through in that upper bracket, you now just get to sit in the finals, get a couple of games to just breathe, which is very important, because for the rest of these teams who are still playing, and for that team that does make it to that best of 3 at the end of the day, you have been playing since 11 o'clock in the morning. You have just gone, not stopped whatsoever. Played so many games of League of Legends, and a game of League of Legends is a taxing thing, especially at this level.
And especially when it's a loss, right? All of these teams in the lower bracket have had to take an L, and they are in a really precarious spot. One more loss and they are out of contention, and that makes you stressed when you're playing these games. It makes you think, can I step up for this trade? Do I want to be blowing my ult in this situation? Do I flash forward to try and get this kill? You end up second guessing yourself, and if you're second guessing yourself, you are playing worse. You've got to be playing full throttle. You've got to be fully confident in the plays that you are going for, and we saw that a little bit from KIT. Striker and Redeemed had some very strong performances this game, even though it wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. There were so many great moments out of KSC. We'll have a quick look at the MVP right here for UNIVERSITY. I mean, what a performance out of everybody on the team, but P-God obviously was absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, 11?
11?
11.
That's a lot!
But those of you who don't know, CS per minute, you usually, if you're watching somebody down in silver bronze, you know, 6, 7.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to actually be decent at the game, 10 is sort of that level that you should be at, but 10 is incredibly difficult to get to. 11 CS per minute, that's why this man was doing so well. He was farming champions and just creeps, and that's so much gold.
I was going to say that. That's not only just is that 11 CS a minute. That's not 11 CS a minute in a 40-minute game where you are perma-clearing waves on Civ just AFK. This guy was participating in 24 kills. So not only was he killing minions, he was killing enemy champions as well.
That's a ridiculous performance, and I said it during the previous game we saw from Yenomiz. Interesting that P-God wasn't particularly getting involved. Not what I was expecting. I knew that this guy was one of their better players. This is why he was saving it all up, bottling it all up for the matchup versus Kit SC. And what a performance it has been. So impressive out of everybody from Yenomiz, from top all the way down to support. Nobody felt like dead weight during either of those games. Even when somebody, you know, Freshkiller, he didn't have the best game because he was just absorbing a lot of pressure, but it meant that the rest of the map was able to get things done.
I think that's the key thing. You can see very, very obviously from Yenomizla where they are putting their resources and where they want the primary carry to sort of come from in each game. And yeah, there's going to be someone that has to take the L in that situation that is going to get chain ganked by the enemy jungler. But if you press tab and you see that your AD carry is this far ahead and your top laner is grabbing solo kills versus Gentleman Hero, I think you could sort of cope with that a little bit better, you know?
It doesn't feel too bad. And I think also, just quickly, we should definitely highlight Burkus, because sure, P-God got all of those kills, but it was set up by Burkus right at the initial stages of the game, goes flying in with that grand entrance, manages to pick him up a kill, and that was what started the snowball.
I think it's that clinical nature that you need to have when you are a support, a jungler, finding a lot of these engagements, because like we were saying, you can't afford to take that step back and go, well, actually, I'm not sure about this. No, full throttle all the time, go for it. And Burkus, he showed that in this game, and he showed that in the previous game as well. And when you have got that killer instinct coming through from your person that is breaking the engages, it just makes it so much easier to translate these leads into fights, into objectives, into Ws.
Yeah, it really does. Everybody on Yenomiz should be very proud of themselves. I think we're going to have an interview with some of the members.
Yeah, I believe we are going to be having Burkus actually on for us, so nice that we're talking about him. Just waiting for that to get set up in a couple of minutes. But that does give us the opportunity to talk a little bit about what we want to see from KIT now moving into the lower bracket, because we've seen that they can contest, they could deal with, and they could push back pretty effectively against this high tempo style that YNZ was sort of playing. But if we want to look at adaptations maybe for how KIT themselves are going to play in that lower bracket, is there anything specifically that you'd like to see from them?
I think that they just need to play a little bit more standard. If you're going to pick yourself up something like a Fiora, I want that picked later on in the draft, especially if you're on red side. You don't need to be blinding it. Gentleman Hero is such a good player, sure, but he still does fall down when you put him up against somebody as good as Aloha on a counter-picked champion. Give him the counter-pick if you have it available, and if not, just a little bit more standard. The thing is, though, obviously we only watched Kit SC White lose right here. We only watched the German squad take an L, but they had won 4 games to get there. You know, it's not like they'd done particularly badly for themselves today. They've still done really well. And versus anybody else who plays a more standard version of League of Legends, the way that Kit will play is fine. I think that's the issue. Yenomiz just have a different style to kind of any other team that I've witnessed.
Yeah.
The way that they play is the way that I think a lot of people think that the LPL plays. They don't all play like that. But if you have in your mind a version of the LPL that's just in, always, constantly, that's actually the way that Yenomiz play, and I love that for them. And I think that just means that Kit SC White, they don't get a lot of practice because nobody else plays the way that Yenomiz do.
Yeah, as I believe, actually, that interview with Burkus is going to be ready. So hopefully we're going to be able to get him joining in just a moment. I'm really excited to talk to him, actually, because quite often you end up talking to these like big carry players. It is the players that end up getting all the kills and dealing all the damage. But quite often, chatting to a support or a jungler, these sort of more cerebral players, I guess, can provide some really intriguing insights into how the team actually operates.
Most definitely can do, especially because Burkus had 2 really good games. It's not like, I don't know, Freshkiller, who had a great one game and a little bit worse another one. P-God, who was a bit anonymous first game, absolutely smashed the second one. Burkus was on it for both of these games. Brilliant Nautilus play, brilliant Rakan play. Fascinating to be able to actually talk to him and see what they're thinking about when they're playing these matchups.
Yeah, I just kind of want to go what's going through their head at that level 1. They just went, you know what? This just stood in the wrong position. Let's just absolutely go for them. Hopefully they are going to be joining in just a minute's time. Man, what a game. Oh, hello. I believe that is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Burkus. How are you doing, my guy?
Thank you. I'm good. What about you?
Well, I'm absolutely fine. You provided us with some exceptional gameplay to watch over the past couple of games. Obviously, the big thing to talk about is you guys, with that win over KIT, are now qualified into the Amazon University Esports Masters playoffs. I want to get your initial reaction. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, we are actually really happy, to be honest. We were sure that we win, but we entered mid game, and then we got a little bit nervous, to be honest, during the game. But then we keep it cool and we win.
Yeah, no, it's great stuff. And maybe we'll talk about those little fumbles in the mid game in a little bit. But I want to take us right back to the level 1. That engagement in bot lane, blowing the flash, the grand entrance. What's going through your mind when you're making a play like that?
Actually, we always do this kind of stuff when the enemy has some squishy bot lane, especially when we want there to flash, when we want to take them. We mostly trying to level 1 aggressive, and if he doesn't flash, with the help of the Glacial, we take the first blood or the double summoner. So that's why we always do that kind of stuff with Zayah Rakan, because level 1 Zayah Rakan is really strong, actually.
So you just whoever you're going against, you just know that you're going to win that engagement. And hell, if they have to flash away, then you've got that summon away from them. Bloxer, anything to add?
So you guys nearly made it through to the playoffs without having to do this last chance qualifier, only just got knocked down. Now that you're back in those playoffs alongside a lot of the teams that you played previously, how do you think you're going to do? Do you think that you can make it all the way into the finals, win the whole tournament? What's the team expectations? Because clearly you're really on fire at this point.
I think if we play in our own way and in our own game, then I think we might be the finals. Actually, we are really working hard. Like previous tournament, we weren't that ready because of the exam and other stuff. We were not in a good shape, but now we are really in good shape. And like every player is like having like a star motion, you know? Like if I int, top lane will carry or mid lane will carry, or if they int, we can carry through both. And our jungle is very experienced as well. So I think I would put us in like one of the best teams.
And I mean, you said your own style. What is with you guys' style? Because we love it as a casting crew because it's so different to anything else we've seen. It feels like you just want to get kills at all times, constantly keep the pace of the game really high tempo. Is that something you're consciously thinking about with the rest of your squad? Saying, hey, we can get a kill here, we can find something here? Or is it just the way that your natural play styles are?
Actually, we can change our play style. Like most of the time we change, but when we have lead, we are really good at using the lead because we are trying to make the enemy team make some mistakes. When we have a lead, they get nervous, and when we do some like dive stuff and other like engage, then they are most likely to have some mismove, and then we are really good at punishing it.
Yeah, well, I think we saw that really exemplified in the first game that we saw for you guys on stream here against KTU. It was a very, very rapid closeout to this one. You alluded a little bit to the issues that you guys had in the mid game here against KIT. What do you think was the reason for that?
We wanted to finish it kind of fast, and then the mid tier 2 engage was a bit trolled by me, and also like we played kind of better. Amun played really well actually. He like I think he deserved the like MVP for an enemy team, or you can say ace, because he was trying 1v9 with his champion. After that, their comp is actually really strong because like Amumu Jinx and they are scaling, so we need to do something because their split push is really strong, and we need to fight. We need to fight because they got some hull breaker and other stuff, and they are trying to like 1-3-1, so it's a bit risky. So actually, Fiora should have played a little bit better because she should have stayed like a little bit safer because he doesn't see us and he's trying to split push and he gets cut, and that was the main reason they lost. Because if they played a little bit cool, a little bit safer, then it would be a totally different game actually.
Yeah, I think
after that
there's going to be a mistake that is just going to end the game, and unfortunately, a player has to make that. But I do want to just like get your thoughts a little bit on KIT, because it did feel like they were able to sort of push you in a way that we haven't really seen before. Obviously, they're now going to be dropping into the lower bracket. Do you think that you might be seeing them again at the playoffs and they can make that run through?
I think we would see them in the playoffs if they change their playing composition. I think they should play strong side top, but their composition is a bit weak because they play with autofill support, I think, and maybe they can change their support like some tanky picks like Nautilus, Braum, etc., or maybe even Rakan. Lux is not in a good shape right now, and it is really hard to play Lux against engaged support or something like Rakan or Nautilus Thresh. It's really hard to play. So if they change their bot lane picks, I think they can be played at playoff actually.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Burke, whilst we've got you here, going to give you the opportunity to just take the floor. Anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to say hi to before we see you again at the playoffs?
I will be actually Scout guy again. You saw our top lane and our AD carry. They are still young talents, so maybe if there is any scouting or someone looking for a team, and I think they should reach them from Twitter or somewhere, and they wouldn't regret. I always do this, but I will do once again because I think they deserve better than university team. So I'm kind of old, but they are young, so I think they can shine on the stage actually.
That's funny. I think Blocks, we were joking about going after the first game with Elo, how we were saying, oh yeah, let's see if we can get this guy to Masters, maybe a PhD or something, try and keep a university as long as possible. But Burke, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us. It was wonderful seeing you guys on the Rift today, and best of luck for the playoffs.
Thank you.
Lovely. Amazing interview right there out of Burke. It's an incredibly fun one and very eloquent as well with all of those thoughts towards what they think Kit could do better, actually. We'll see if they're able to play the way that potentially the Turkish squad thinks that they should do, because who better to tell us about some of these teams than their opponents?
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to be having to go to a short break now before our very next matchup. That's going to be UDL facing off against LDUL. One team that we've seen before, one team that we haven't. It's sure to be an exciting one. We'll catch you in a few minutes.
Go hard, or go home. Go home. Go hard, go hard, or go home. Go home. Go hard, go hard, or go home. Go home. Go hard, go hard, or go home. Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. Yeah, these championship rings on my hands now. In my head I'm top 10, yeah, that's hands down. You a squad, now you're looking man down. Funny how foes turn to friends now. Drive a race car like a Atari now. Call filling up, I need product again. Treat the business like a playground, might slide on you. Do me wrong, might slide on you. Do a backflip, cause I'm mad rich. I'm the definition of what that is. Go hard, or go home. Go home. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. I'm a warrior, I go back to back, then go back to back. If I top the top, then a double back, and I'm topping that. Yeah, I beat my own records. Yeah, I gotta get money fetish. Same team, I don't set trip. Never dull, this electric. Went and put the rigs on my toes. Me and bro, that's the give and go. Stay 100, end zone, end zone. Keep them coming. I know. I won't flood my wrist, no, I'm not dumb like that. I just wanna give my mama 100 racks. Go hard, or go home. 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 Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. I'm talking Beamer all clean, fit too mean, finger all shiny on my baby's diamond ring. I was on a high till I caught onto the scene. Swear I lost my heart when I fell in love with things. Rookie year went broke like Jalen Rose. Got the price, sold my soul to the things I own. Switched up, locked in and got my mind right. Prioritizing, got my business and my time right. Wristwatch, no TikTok, you know the crown. I get guap, then flip stocks, you know it now. My baby's loyal and she holds it down. Play with my fam and I might blame you, but it's going down. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Windows tinted, never rented, but I've been accused. Numbers up and we need no recruits. Leather loafers for the tailored suits. Making moves that you could never do. You sure I'm cool, but I'm never amused. When I cop it by the tools. The weather change, I change the views. I drop a record and I watch it boom. You see me working like one on a Zoom. Was that since I left the womb? I'm staying silent when I'm in the room. From the soil, now you see me bloom, zoom, and it's to the moon. Stop making promises you never keep. Out of touch and never out of reach. Dot the I's across the T's. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. hop out the car, leave the motor running. Why you always talking like you know something? Why you always talking, going show 'em something? No stunt double, I do my own stunt. Could take a year, I'll still have that paper coming. Put like 10 on the 90, I keep it so on it. All in the club, we don't do no clubbing.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters, where we are delving into the depths of the lower brackets. All the games from here on outwards are do or die. Lose and you go home, win and you keep your chances of making your way to the playoffs alive. Middlecott, Black Blocks are going to be taking you through this first game here between UDL and LUL.
So we've already seen LUL before, the Netherlands representative. Here we get to see them one more time. Will they be able to keep it alive? Or are we going to see this French squad come up and, take us through the rest of this tournament? The French squad, we asked all of the teams, give us a little bit of information about yourselves, and they said we are the actual roster this time, which is interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting. Also quite interesting what's going on my webcam. Apologies about that. We will get that resolved very, very shortly. But yeah, coming through, that's a statement of intent coming out from a team that has made it to the playoffs before.
Sorry, I'm just looking at your webcam. I'm enjoying it. You look very handsome in that side profile.
Don't do this, Boxer, okay? I'm struggling right now. I'm fighting for my damn life.
All right. So, the Netherlands versus the French squad. Both of these teams have, been knocked down into this lower bracket. You have got to win right here. One final spot left, waiting to see if you can get yourself back into the playoffs. If you want to get that far, though, you will have to go through Kit FC White, two-time previous champions, who just got taken out by UNIVERSITY, but still showed a lot of good things. And so whoever wins this here, they are not out of the woods quite yet. We've got this game, one more game, and then we go on to a best of 3 Kit FC versus whoever makes it through. Right now, though, Netherlands versus France. The way that these two teams match up, we've got spicy picks looking like they're going to happen up in the top lane again. And I wonder if our bot lane matchup will continue to be the only thing we've seen so far today in the Jinx versus Xayah.
I mean, those two champions kind of just have been incredibly dominant within the meta, right? And they also give you that little bit of flexibility. You can play towards the Xayah, you can play towards the Jinx and get them in a hyper-scaled state very, very early on. But you can also just rely on these champions being strong once you hit 2, 3, 4 items, regardless of how many resources you put into them.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of the matchup that's just most basic at the moment as well, that a lot of these players will have played previously throughout the rest of the regular seasons back in their own domestic leagues. And so it makes a lot of sense that you're going to be picking this one up a lot, and it gives you a lot of interest when it comes to those supports, because Xayah Rakan, it's such a great matchup, but we saw Xayah Nautilus also excellent. The Jinx, on the other hand, wants to have a little bit different a champion, not engage so much as Enchanter, as giving some extra support. Having a Lux Jinx was really interesting. We spoke with the support from Yenomisa, and they did not like the Lux pickup. I'd be surprised if we see it again, but still obviously a little bit of a possibility. It makes this bot lane quite interesting in the supports, even if the AD carries are relatively predictable. However, it'll be interesting to see if any of these teams decide to actually change things up. Maybe they don't just want to opt into one side or the other of this matchup. Maybe pull something different out. There's some counters to Xayah, there's some counters to the Jinx that we really haven't been seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, you look at champions like a Draven, like a Lucian, that can really warp the way that you want to be playing around that bot lane. And with Xayah hitting the B1 ban, we are going to see a different AD carry matchup.
There we go, very interesting. Kalista also taken off of the board, not a particularly strong pick. We've been thinking, but all of a sudden, coming back in the meta clearly, Fiora, massive pick at the moment, has been banned in every game, and the only game that we didn't see it banned, it was picked up. Did not manage to win, but will be interesting to see. So final couple of bans coming through right here. Are we going to see some more priority towards the top lane? Maybe the mid lane is going to take a ban. Sejuani coming off of the board, one of those jungle picks that's kind of just always good, gives a lot of utility to the opposition.
That it does, and provides some very, very strong engage too. And we've really seen that the team that is able to get that initial engage off in a decisive fashion tends to be the team that ends up winning through. And with Thresh taken off the board, as well as champions that can provide a little bit of safety to a squishy champion, and that means that engages coming out from something like a Gragas are much more impactful.
Really does. Gragas going to be this first pickup. Can go into a lot of different lanes, to be honest. You could take it into the jungle, most of the solo lanes as well, and technically could be a support if that's where you would like for it to be. Interesting that the Jinx wasn't the first pick, so is it going to be picked up right here? Interesting if LUL decide to take it, because then you're opening yourself up to a completely different matchup. What are we going to see? Aphelios, one of those other picks that you can use that scales equally as well as the Jinx. Maokai too, that's a flex pick, can be the support, but we saw how good it was in the jungle in the previous game.
Yeah, just completely zone people off, take control of those objectives, and also just functions as a very strong frontliner for the Jinx, right? If you're trying to find engages and a Maokai is stood in the way, you can't find those engages.
Nope, you really can't. There we go, there's the Aphelios. Did mention that one. It just scales incredibly well, and so it is a potential matchup into the Jinx. This would be super interesting. Please let that one be locked in, because I really do like the pairing up between an Aphelios and a Milio.
Yes, it does. So, if you haven't seen Milio before, as hello, I am back on your screen, back up webcam, we always make it through. Basically, what this guy does is he just makes your AD carry that little bit better, provides some healing, provides a little bit of shielding, but the big thing for me is that range buff that he can get going down. Aphelios can run into some issues going up against Jinx in the later stages when she's got those rockets out, especially paired up against a Lulu. But the Milio gives you that little bit more in the tank to give you that additional efficiency.
Really does, and you can see with just both of these supports being highly giving a lot of extra attack speed, these AD carries are going to be able to just shred through some people. Really interesting to see the way that actually both of these compositions are very similar at the moment. Don't want to get too involved during the early game, scale up into the later stages of the game. That only really works for one of the two teams, and so I think you've got a lot resting on the rest of the map. Do you have something interesting in the mid lane, in the top lane, to actually find that advantage? Because you don't want to be just dead even coming into the mid game. You need to find an advantage a bit earlier on.
And I mean, you talk about the way that the AD carries match up very similarly. Gragas and Maokai can also fulfill very, very similar roles. Champions that give big engage and disengage tools with their ultimate. So seeing how they are used in this fight is going to be very, very interesting. We do anticipate the Gragas to go more towards the top side. That's kind of where we've been seeing him, but can still go into jungle, go into mid lane. UDL have a lot of options with this pick.
Really do, and it's a great pickup to just say, hey, ban around. You know, you don't really know where it's going to be going. Jace taken out from the top lane, Jarvan from the jungle. It just shows that there's no true one position that the opposition are expecting for that Gragas to be in. Xante Sion off of the board as well. A lot of top laners gone, and so it'd be interesting to see, does Mayuk want to take one right now? We saw the Jace out of Mayuk previously, and so that one's off of the board. Gonna have to pick up a different champion right here. Or do you want to just grab yourself that mid laner right now in order to be able to say, hey, top lane, counter pick, it's kind of the premier place for it to be, is going to be that Syndra. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, Iris, if you didn't catch the game earlier, was kind of just like one-shotting people with that in late game, and not the sort of one-shots they're expecting where you just press R on someone. It was QW. That appears to be the optimal combo for Syndra at this stage, and it does leave that top lane counter pick available to Mayuk if we are seeing this Maokai in the jungle like we expect. Redeemed had a very good game on the Yone in our previous game, despite not being able to get the win, but Zangzid is a sort of player that can make it work.
Most definitely can do, and in this matchup, there's your bit of priority during the earlier stages of the game. Yone can deal a ridiculous amount of damage, but has a little bit of a tricky matchup into the Syndra. It's not terrible. Once you get in onto the Syndra, you're in a great spot, but you have to be careful to dodge out from that Scatter the Weak, and it is going to be a Vi on Hastine up in that jungle position. We already saw it previously, was played well. Once you hit that level 6, you've got a lot of gank potential onto a lot of immobile champions. Jinx can't really get away, Syndra can't really get away. So what will we see into this Gragas? We now know that the Gragas will be up towards the top side. I guess technically you could move around the Yone and the Gragas, but that's not really what we're thinking.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why you'd be doing that, and Maik was kind of bullied around by a Poppy in that Jace match, and he's going to sort of take the poison that defeated him into the top lane. That steadfast presence is going to have a lot of value against stuff like the Gragas, the Yone, and the Vi as well.
That's a lot of dashes that all of a sudden are not going to work once you get into those big team fights. It just means you've got a big bubble of protection pretty much around your main carries and extra tankiness. You've got a tanky jungle, a tanky top laner, a support that gives you a lot of enchantments, a lot of extra shields and heals, and then 2 big damage threats, 1 AD, 1 AP. This composition right here, out of this Netherlands squad, is super standard. This is kind of the basic composition that you see. Whereas on the other side, for the French roster, this is a little bit more interesting. That mid-jungle duo should be getting a lot of kills, and a lot of CC right there, and plenty of damage.
Yeah, the ability to play aggressive with a Vi and with a Yone is absolutely disgusting. And when you've got this Gragas as well that could sort of split apart this traditional team fight that LUL have gone towards, then you end up in situations where maybe the Poppy isn't stood next to the Jinx, maybe the Lulu isn't in that right position as well. And as soon as that Jinx or this Syndra for Iris becomes isolated, there are so many ways that they can get exploded.
Absolutely there are, but we saw just how good Iris could be onto this champion. We've seen as well how good Mr. HB could play previously, and so I think while it's a little bit different with the composition they're against, these champions are super strong, and with this standard composition is an ease of execution that perhaps the French roster don't really have. Netherlands, I think they're pretty happy to just sit back and play this one standard. With your tanks, you can walk into objectives pretty easily. You've got a lot of tools to stop the opposition and a few tools to get them killed too. I like the composition out of the Netherlands. I think LUL have drafted themselves a pretty nice one, but I just think there's a lot more interest into the French roster, and so if we see things get a little bit hyphy during the early stages of the game, then they're in a very nice spot to take this W.
I mean, the team-wide level 1s have maybe not been as interesting as they could have been so far today, but we have had some action in these lanes early on. Another 5-point start. No one wants to get feisty.
No, nobody does. I wonder if we're going to see it during the best of 3, because that's a situation where all of a sudden, you know, you have another chance. So perhaps once we get into that best of 3 at the end of the day, game 1, game 2, maybe we see some level 1s. For now, though, everything going to be nice and standard. Both of the junglers up towards this top side of the map. Really interesting. Do they both want to work down towards the bottom side? You're not really going to be looking for too many kills up in this Gragas versus Poppy matchup, to be honest. It's the mid lane and the bot lane, I think, where things are going to be a little bit more explosive.
Okay, so talk to me about Milio Bloxer, because I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen too much of this champion coming through in organised competitive play. We touched a little bit on it in the Champions League about that additional range that it can get you, but I think the ult is also going to be very, very useful here.
Absolutely it is, and so this matchup, it should be very nice for the Syndra during the early stages of the game. A couple of months ago, they changed Syndra to give her a lot more range, and it's made her one of the top mid lane champions. She was always floating around that point, always been pretty good, but all of a sudden able to outrange basically every other champion, and that's beyond the fact that this is a range versus melee matchup, and so Iris should just be poking out this Yone as much as possible. It is that ultimate all of a sudden where UDL have got a lot more power, saying it is going to be able to try get as many people as possible into that ultimate, and so up until that point, you just need to get as much gold as you can and survive.
Mayak is doing much more than surviving in the top lane versus Repulsive, getting the level 2, the tackle down, and training a fair bit of damage down onto the Gragas. But of course, with the Happy Hour passive, he's just going to be able to heal all that up, and that's kind of why this champion has just been such a staple in Pro for so long, is that you can just stick him in a lane and he will exist, he will be just fine.
just will be able to survive and give a decent amount of utility as well as damage. Interesting to see what the build will be. You could go full tank, but you can also go with that Night Harvester, a little bit more aggressive build that still gives you plenty of HP. Azine is down towards this bot side.
Charging up the Vault Breaker, Kasimi going forward. The Flash getting a double stun there.
Wow.
And Drelzy, Alcove Gaming will be donated over to Kasimi for first blood. Getting that on the Aphelios big.
Nice big 400 gold into Kasim. Exactly the champion that you would like to have this much gold. And this is what I meant. Sure, these AD carries and these supports do relatively similar things during the early stages of the game, but you have to have some level of early aggression, and Vi is exactly that. Great at ganking, that flash knock-up as well. Really well played, and it meant that despite the fact that there was a cleanse coming through out of Mr. HB, it didn't really matter. Drowsy didn't even get to use the flash because it wouldn't have saved his life.
And this is what you've got to be doing on champions like Vi. You can't afford to stand back, to play passive, to not flash forward. But UDL, they may have overstepped a little bit. A double route there coming through from the Chompers, but Scientress is taking a fair bit of damage himself. The Vi going to be able to get away that little bit of extra healing coming through from Horn, keeping them topped up.
You can see just how much survivability there is. Yumi having that, what's it called, Ultra Mega Fire Kick? Oh, whoa, no.
Okay.
Poppy.
Okay, Mayuk.
Poppy should not be able to do this much damage, man.
Kind of gross, and we were talking about the reasons that you're picking the Gragas. Well, it's for a neutral laning phase. We're fundamentally not seeing that. Mayuk able to get a kill there, equalize what happened on the bottom side of the map. And Poppy is one of those champions that can just get a little bit crazy. Zangzid forcing the flash away from Iris. That Syndra going to be much more vulnerable in the mid lane.
It's still just going to put some extra aggression down too. Iris, that's a huge minion wave. Absolutely cannot just base right here. Otherwise, we'd lose far too much. So just have to stick around that little bit longer, giving a free recall for Zangzid. Oh, bot lane though.
Oh, route onto Mr. HB. He's going to have to flash away, but Kasimi is going to follow him. The slows from the Gravita. One more auto not going to come out. Drelzy flashing himself. Surely he's just going to be able to escape. No, one more auto and Horn will secure it. Another kill for the UDL bot lane.
Oh, Horn just gonna go down right there, and sure, the kill wasn't onto Kasim, but oh well, the amount of power down towards this bottom side of the map, and finally we see a champion that isn't just the Jinx Xayah. Aphelios scales excellently, but it's the mid-game where this champion really comes online, something that's gonna be coming a lot sooner because of the kills and the pressure right now, getting a turret plate 2 into his back pocket. And I mean, Milio, how much Milio have you really seen? Not too much during pro level because it's not been enabled for quite a while.
Yeah, and the big thing is you can keep this Aphelios alive with that ultimate being able to cleanse away huge amounts of CC from your team. So if Scientress pops down that Nature's Grasp in a team fight, well, you can kind of just ignore that. And it's a big tool that LUL are going to have to contend with there. Not out of this game at all. We're still only 6 minutes in, but this Aphelios is snowballing faster and faster.
Really is, so you need to be pretty careful. Another person who needs to be careful is Zangzid. Lots of members around, should just be able to walk this one out though, is able to. This is now a roaming death squad that will be looking towards this Drake.
Yeah, but it's not the most intimidating of death squads, I'm not gonna lie. Lulu and a tree in a cat onesie.
To be fair, you don't really get to move versus that.
True, very, very true. And Hayestain is going to spot out a couple members of LUL as they are taking this Drake. UDL, they're probably not going to get here in time to steal away the objective, but they may look for a fight. The Chompers are going to come down to provide a little bit of disengage. Scientress still feeling the need to flash away because the damage that Kasimi can drop on his head is pretty ridiculous at this stage. Iris, low on mana in the mid lane. Zangzid doesn't have the ultimate himself, so can't go for anything more.
It's just going to fizzle out this play, but blowing more and more flashes away. That's actually quite a big one, getting it away from this Maokai. It stops a lot of the big engages that you're usually worried about out of this champion. See, once again, Haystein is floating around this bot side of the map. You just want to keep accelerating this lane, because up in the top side, it's a little bit doomed, unfortunately. Repulsive just going to have to absorb as much pressure as he can and accept that it's not going to go too well.
Stain thinking about a dive here onto Mr. HB. The jumpers are going to come out. The knock up for the Super Mega Fire Kick. Off onto the Vi. Prevents her from dealing damage. She's still going to be able to get the kill, but it's 2 in favor of Drelzy as the UDL get a little bit too hypey on the dive, and Mayak is here to help out the rest of his team.
Wow. That's a little bit over-aggressive, I'd have to say, out of UDL. This French lineup really feeling themselves, trying to get aggressive. You can see just how much damage Mayak is able to do. This does, however, leave a bit of a freer lane for Repulsive. Iris has to go cover. Still completely out of mana, though.
Yeah, and doesn't have teleport either, so you're kind of going to have to just take it out whenever you end up basing. Mayak is still in the bottom lane. Mr. HB is rotated into the mid, so LUL ensuring that all of this CS is going to get picked up, but maybe not optimal lane assignments at the moment.
Quite possibly not. Finally, Iris is going to go back to base. I'm going to imagine that has just been trying to hang on for as long as possible to get towards an item, but not really able to do anything. Syndra is so reliant on that mana. You can see occasionally just able to put down a Dark Sphere, but that's about it. Still caught up in this top lane matchup. I don't think Mr. HB particularly minds being able to get mid lane wave slow, to be fair.
Oh, he does have to be careful. Zangzid has the fate sealed. If this Yone is feeling hypey, he could go for a kill. Mike charging up the Keeper's Verdict. Will just about be able to knock away Kasimi before he gets taken down. Not a lot of armor on that Poppy just yet.
No, gonna be quite squishy for the minute. Deals plenty of damage, sure, but not exactly able to take more than just a couple of those abilities out of Kasim. Gonna go straight onto this Rift Herald right here. France looking to pick this one up. They lost out on that initial Drake, so want to make up for it, and why not? You've got a lot of low turret plating down in the bot side that you could take out for yourself, pick up that first turret blood, and get a good injection of gold.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at Kasimi, the fact that he's gone towards the Cull and he's still been able to win out in this laning phase is about 2.5 waves up on Mr. HB. If you're going to chuck a Rift Herald on him as well, that would be absolutely great. Iris getting knocked up in the mid lane. UDL thinking
Just
better than go for the engage just yet, but under the tower goes Hayestein, and Zangzid not really there. The Unleashed power comes through, and Iris with a kill onto the UDL jungler.
I swear Iris just finds damage out of nowhere on this champion.
Oh, an engage in the bottom lane. Mr. HB going to get hit by the Gravitum. The Roots not going to come through. Infernum Fire with the flamethrower will take him out. Another kill for Kasimi.
The amount of damage that Kavasimi is able to lay down, just constantly running people down. And Mr. HB is going to be missing out on even more CS, already down by about 20 at this point. It's going to be bleeding more and more CS out as we go. Mayak dealing a lot of damage to Repulsive, but Iris finds damage that I swear the champion just doesn't have.
Exceptional stuff, and gonna be honest, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there on the side of UDL. Zhangji didn't look like he wanted to go for that play. Hairstein did. Mayak wants to go for this one onto Repulsive. Couple of more auto attacks would have taken down the Gragas, but as it stands, the Fat Man in the top lane able to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket just about wide.
Needing to be super careful. Flashes in the bot lane.
Horn is getting out of there, but he's not too worried. Moonlight Vigil used for just a little bit of damage down. Trade of ultimates, but not much more. Hairstein is here with the Rift Herald, and this should be first brick going in favor of UDL.
Certainly should be. Iris is making his way down right now, so going to be a little bit of a risky proposition if UDL stick around for too long. They begin to back off. Need to be careful here.
Super Mega Fire Kick for a little bit of disengage. Horn gonna get stunned there with the Unleashed Power, and it will be the Sacrificial Melio here. Scientist going to be able to claim the kill, but UDL are going to be happy with that first tower gold on their AD carry.
I'd like to speak, but no.
I think if you speak, you're in big trouble.
No.
With no mana, no HP, Mike finds himself another solo kill.
Just this Poppy is so good at surviving for far, far too long. Now is going to complete this Divine Sunderer, so not that tanky, but deals more damage than he has any right to, I'd say. Just ridiculous. In this lull state, can I just mention that Super Mega Fire Kick is far too cool a name for far too uncool an ability, especially compared to Super Mega Death Rocket.
Word! Bloxer, I have never vibed with a statement more in my life.
It's a cool ability, but it's not Super Mega Fire Kick cool.
I think the whole idea, I'm guessing, is because he's a kid, it's like what a kid would call it.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's fine, but I'm 25. I'm different.
It feels especially stark in a game where you have a Jinx because Super Mega Death Rocket is a cool ability.
Yeah.
You yell that when it gets to snipe on someone across the map, and it feels awesome. You yell Super Mega Fire Kick, and somebody's just been slightly punted.
Oh, well, you see the Super Mega Death Rocket go wide and Zhang's it. On about 6 HP, something like that. But it's a double ult investment from LUL that doesn't get a kill.
One more Dark Sphere right there, and Iris would have been able to pick up that kill. You can see once again, LUL not having the best early game, but Iris continues to be a bright spot. We've seen this game play out before. Interesting to see if it works out the exact same way. Mike in this one, though, also feeling pretty good for himself. And sure, the bot lane's not going great, but the rest of the map actually is in a decent spot right here for this Netherlands squad.
Yeah, and you can see the trade there. Going on to Repulsive. Ultimate is going to be cancelled. The knock onto the tower. Mike has bitten off way more than he could chew, and Repulsive will gobble him up.
There we go. Repulsive finally showing that he does know how to play in this matchup. And the Poppy just going a little bit too aggressive. Mike feeling himself clearly not actually strong enough to make that play work.
Airstain, 1v1ing Scientist, but Mr. HP is going to be able to join this before any members of UDL can help out the vibe. But mid lane tower being focused onto. This is what we love to see from these AD carries. You take the bot lane tower, you put them in mid, you try and get even more structures.
Yeah, just constantly funnel gold into these AD carriers. They are the main carry in the game during this meta, I'd say. Despite the fact that, sure, the mid laners can deal a lot, top laners are incredibly impactful. If you have either a Jinx or an Aphelios begin to get kills in a team fight, you can just run it through. Mr. HB, though, not looking so hot right now, is down by about 40 CS.
A really rough spot to him as Cassini has gone for the Kraken Slayer on this Aphelios. It's not the Gale Force, it's not a little bit of safety, it's just as much damage as he can pump out. And when you're 2,500 gold ahead of your opposite number, makes a lot of sense to me. We are seeing LUL trying to get a grouping in the mid lane, though. They desperately want to take down this mid lane tower and get a little bit more map pressure for themselves.
Yeah, see where else they can find themselves kills. I mean, at this point, there's kind of a lack of real objectives to go for a couple more minutes. About a minute's time until we see the next Herald. That's something that you can play around. But really, the next Drake not for 2.5, Baron not spawning for 5 minutes. Those are the big true objectives that these teams are going to be actually looking to fight around.
And I think the good thing for LUL is they were able to get those 2 early Drakes, right? So it's not like they've got this threat of a soul looming over their heads. I'm sure they would have preferred not to be playing towards a cloud, so I would rather have something like a Hextech or a Mountain, but this is the place they find themselves in. UDL, the team that are going to be able to get the first move towards this Rift Herald. LUL, though, they have got some key itemization completed. You've got that Radiant Virtue here for Cy and Tristan, that Ludens for Iris, but the Syndra a little bit too far away for LUL to feel confident contesting this objective.
Snakeseed was hanging around on the opposite side of that team fight. If you can get a flank out of a Yone, that's definitely a way to pick yourself up a team fight win. Mr. HB just trying to absorb as much of this CS as possible, not really even able to defend the tower particularly. Only a couple more shots away from being taken down as Repulsive not in a great spot right now.
Yeah. Iris has a fair bit of damage. She's going to pump it into the Gragas, but once again, not quite enough to finish off the kill. Highstain flashing forward, gets the ultimate down, cease and desist onto Iris. The Vault Breaker and a couple of punches in the face will take down the Syndra, but in the mid lane, UDL are also going to be able to take down that tower and apply some pressure onto this tier 2.
They're going to be able to deal half of its HP just in one go. You can see just how much damage Kasim is able to deal running through people. 47 seconds until this Drake is about to spawn. Everything to play for right here. You lose, you are out. You win, and you manage to make your way one step closer to getting into the playoffs, getting towards that 7,000 prize pool for the playoffs. And at this point, 5k in the lead, UDL for France are feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, and despite the rough laning phase that Repulsive had, He's stabilized right on the Gragas. He's got that Rod of Ages. He's stacking towards that Seraphs, and he's even going to be able to apply a little bit of pressure onto this tower with Mayuk in the bottom side jungle. Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds, and LUL, they need to pick this one up to keep their hopes of winning alive.
I cannot allow this one to just slip right through their fingers. LUL, they've got to. If they can pick up this third, you get to control the map tempo quite a lot. Seeing going towards that red buff instead of making it straight over to the Drake, will have to go for a steal at this point.
Yeah, but the HP on that ability is going down through. The interrupt on the dash, he's still going to be able to ult in the pit and get over the wall. Zhangzit coming through as well. The fate sealed, but Scientist will take away the Drake, and Mr. HP gets his first kill of the fight. The Yone 1v1ing with the Jinx up on the side, but in the Dragon pit, and it's all going in favor of UDL, and Repulsive from nowhere gets the party started with a triple.
What a set of kills right there. Exactly what you want. Repulsive did not have a good early game. All of a sudden, though, picking up a triple kill will be in a much nicer spot. And why not, you know, with the build that this Gragas has gone, does actually do quite a lot of damage.
That he does enough to pick up a triple kill, and that is going to get him towards that Seraphs even faster. But crucially, for LUL, they got that Drake.
Yep.
The horrible thing, though, that they have to contest with now is the fact that UDL won that fight. They extended that goal lead even further. And whilst that Drake is only 4 minutes away, that feels like an eternity for LUL.
That's a seriously long 4 minutes. Just to be able to survive for that long means you've gone 3 minutes without your opposition trying to pick up the Baron. It was an absolute bloodbath right there. The fact that anybody from LUL managed to escape from that fight is a miracle. It could very well have been a clean ace. And just the inability to burst down that Drake. They had it down to about 2,000 HP and it just never dropped.
It didn't. And now for UDL. With all of that gold spent, they're looking to apply a bit more pressure. Kasimi opting to go for the Kraken and the IE combo on this Aphelios, so maximum damage going to be coming out from him.
If you can get onto this Aphelios, he's going to die real quick. But as long as you're protecting him and allowing him to deal his damage from quite far away, then this will just be shredding. Whereas Mr. HB has had to go the Gale Force route, not able to get as much damage down as he would like. And he's down a full item and a couple of components at this point.
Oh, Kasimi just about staying alive. The Super Mega Death Rocket will take him out, though. Maybe if that was a Bloodthirster, maybe if there was a Gale Force in that inventory, he is still alive, and this push from UDL will be much more successful, but they lose their AD carry, they summon the Herald, and they get nothing for it.
Hey, Middle, I feel like I've seen this one before, where it's Iris versus the world. And this man, he's trying his absolute best to carry his team through. Only has one item completed right now and is still dealing that much damage. Syndra is a ridiculous champion and Iris is ridiculous on this champion. The ability to just get the maximum damage out of the champion at any one time is really impressive.
I tell you what, Zhangzit is not going to be happy with how that 1v1's going against Mayuk. The Yone used to having a bit more pressure, and if the Gragas is able to join the fray as well, that's going to help him out massively. Bait Sword is going wide, it's not going to matter those. The Poppy is still going to fall down. Iris TPing late into the play, not going to be able to get anything.
Just getting down here to be able to... Oh, hang on.
Stainless found a little bit of access onto Mitra XP, but they turn it into a play onto the Lulu. Kasimi does... kind of ridiculous amount of damage, and Scientist providing the disengage on the Maokai. It's just going to be providing another kill to UDL's AD carry. Jungler dead, Baron's on the cards.
It absolutely is, especially when you have an Aphelios who does this much, should be able to just shred through this one, and there will be no response. Sure, you lost out on a kill down towards the bottom side of the map, but it doesn't even matter. Just going to be able to pick up this nice Baron, and at this point, UDL should be able to just take this one through. This is your Baron. Pick up these final remaining inner turrets, move on to those inhibitors, and probably the Nexus pretty soon. Unless you can kill Kasim before these fights start, there's no way you win them. And even if you do, you still have so many other big threats to contend with.
Oh no. Teleport into the mid lane. Mr. HB and Drelzy are not going to be able to take that tower. Zap goes wide. The Chompers also not connecting onto their target, but the Belly Bop isn't going to get onto the drinks. But look at this. UDL are forcing LUL into their chopside jungler when that dragon is spawning. Just over 30 seconds, so that hope that we were talking about for LUL looks like false hope at the moment, because there is no way that the team from France is letting them anywhere near the Drake pit. Inhib tower gonna be the focus with the Baron buff. Repulsive going for the engage. The explosive cast going a little bit wide, but I don't think it's gonna matter at all. Hold on the front line, Scientrist and Mayek biding so much time as Repulsive has been able to slay the Lulu, but the Jinx has gotten a kill. She's gotten excited, she's got that reset, but she's not got enough damage to deal with UDL on the bot side. Zangzid still pushing in. Mike looking for an engage, but they're only going to be finding it onto the Grax. The flash forward attempted as here comes the Yone, getting access onto the backline. Maokai removed. Poppy dead. Jinx gone. And with 5 members hitting the floor, UDL could look to try and end the game.
Yeah, they certainly can do. You've got those Baron-empowered minions. However, Drasil has just spawned, so you have a little bit of resistance. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Teleport coming in. This should be the end.
And in just under 24 minutes, the Nexus Towers will get taken down. And UDL will keep their hopes of qualifying for Amazon University Esports Masters playoffs alive with the win versus LUL.
Really nice game out of this French squad, managing to pick themselves up another victory. One step closer towards meeting Kit in that finals matchup, and then hopefully on to those playoffs. Impressive game, couple of iffy moments, but I'd say relatively clean overall.
Yeah, and I think the really intriguing thing for me is just how quickly UDL were able to close that out when they recognized that they had the advantages. They took a couple of pretty damn good team fights, and then they just ran up mid lane, ended the game.
Yep. Super clean. I mean, it started very well. As soon as you managed to get yourself a kill onto this Aphelios, you're beginning to feel pretty good about yourself, and then just keep running it through. Poppy was ridiculously strong in this one, but in the end it doesn't even matter, because these top laners we've seen, most of the time they've not been those true terrors. The only person who've really managed to make the top lane be actually that sort of carry potential was Aloha in the top lane for Yenomissler. Everybody else, even when their top laner has won or lost, it's not really mattered. It's all about what's happening in the bot lane.
All about those team fights, and Repulsive with a massive triple kill around that Drake. And I feel like that was really the pivotal point in this game, because whilst LUL were able to get that Drake, we said at the time, are they even going to be able to make it to that soul? And the answer was emphatically no.
No, absolutely not. They gave up far too many kills in an attempt to pick up that Drake, got slaughtered in the pit. And from that moment onwards, it very much felt like the French squad were in control. UDL managing to run that one through, and I think overall they can be pretty happy with the way that they played. It'll be interesting to see how they match up into this next game, though, because you're not done yet. You've already played a ton of games today, and now you've got more and more left to play.
Yeah, and I think MVP for this game is a really interesting question, Bloxer, because it feels like in all of our previous matchups, it's been pretty clear-cut. Either Elo has been popping off, or it was P-God as well with that immaculate performance on the Xayah. It felt like in this game, UDL had a different MVP at different points in the game, right? I think the Aphelios here from Cassini, especially in the early game, was just really difficult to deal with, and